is the AVL record of the motor vehicle that was utilized by Mr. Buthelezi. So it would only be proper in the circumstances, as the state has indicated, that all the information should be collated, what goes through it. That will also be at the disposal of the state. Which would then mean that there might be even more ground to bring on the application, or there might be even less ground to bring that application, my lord. So I think it will only be fair that we wait for that information so that we also make up our minds on the side of the state whether or not we still intend to pursue that application with regard to Mr. Buthelezi. I don't want to approach this application for the recalling of the witnesses in a piecemeal approach. I don't want to separate it from the one of Mr. Zungu. Let me rather say that we are at idem with the state that the recalling of the two witnesses, as I've indicated on Friday, their application for their postponement be put in abeyance pending the collation of the information that was requested on Friday, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
Okay, Mr. Ramsepiri?
My lord, I echo the same sentiments as the court proceeds.
Yes, Mr.
I also support the argument, my lord.
Okay. But that gentleman, is he here? Is that the gentleman in the box?
Yes, it's the gentleman from the Legal Practice
From the Legal
Council.
Practice.
His name is Mr. Kulani Stanley Sambo. He's not on the initial list of witnesses, my lord.
Okay. Yeah, okay, because of the submissions made by all councils, this court will postpone the application if it is brought for the recalling of the two witnesses, Zungu and Buthelezi. Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
Mayelana nesicelo ke sakamelweni lesathi aqhamuke naso ke kwisonto endlule lokuthi ke sithole ke ufakazi bemoto noma ufakazi betracker bemoto ade shayela kumnumzana ke uZungu futhi nomnumzana uButhelezi ke manje inkosi enkantolo kumalana nodaba lolo lenkulumo ke iyothimise kancane ukuthizeni sekukhulume ngalo esikhathini samanje kepha ke manje khona kufakaza umunye umusha okhona ke namuhla sokhuluma ngodaba lwakhe.
Okay, do you take an oath or do you confirm or affirm? Or swear the witness in?
English or
English.
okay.
My name
What's the reference?
Kulani Stanley Sambo.
Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
If so, raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
Mr.
my lord. The witness is going to testify in respect of Exhibit YY. Double Y in brackets 1, double Y in brackets 2, double Y in brackets 3 up to double Y in brackets 7. We'll just get to the exhibit bundle just now. He's also briefly going to refer to Exhibit JJ. Exhibit JJ, my lord, is the confession that was made to Magistrate Grenier. And this witness is solely going to testify about the admission and enrollment of Mr. Mjiako. His evidence is confined to as well as the Fidelity Fund certificate. We've prepared an exhibit bundle for this witness. Is Exhibit YY.
Thanks.
This exhibit bundle consists, my lord, of 13 pages. We've marked them. It's exhibit Y in brackets 1 up to YY in brackets 7. On page 1 is exhibit YY. On the second page is exhibit YY, my lord. Page 1, it's a letter from the LPC dated 5 May 2020. The court will recall that this exhibit has already been handed up on the new exhibit list number 165. Exhibit YY has been placed on record and is described as a letter from the Legal Practice Council dated 5 May 2020, confirming enrollment of Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako as legal practitioner, which was received by Brigadier Gininda from Mr. Mjiako at Pretoria North Police Station on 23 June 2020. Then page 2, my lord, is exhibit YY in brackets 1. It's a letter dated 31 October 2023 addressed to Dr. Sibanda regarding the admission of Mr. Mjiako as an attorney and his subsequent conversion to an advocate. On page 3 is exhibit YY in brackets 2. It's a letter dated 9 December 2024 addressed to myself regarding also the admission and conversion of Mr. Mjiako as well as his Fidelity Fund certificate. Then on page 4, it's exhibit YY in brackets 3 is the affidavit of Mr. Kulani Stanley Sambo. This witness is going to testify from that affidavit, exhibit YY3. Then exhibit YY4 on page 6, it's a letter from the legal practice. It's a Fidelity Fund certificate from the LPC in respect of Mr. Mjiako. Then page 7, my lord, is just a confirmation of his practice details. Exhibit YY5, it's on page 8, is a letter from Mr. Mjiako addressed to the LPC regarding duplication of the Fidelity Fund certificate. Continues up to page 10. Then on page 11, my lord, is exhibit YY6. After the complaint of Mr. Mjiako regarding the duplication of the Fidelity Fund certificate, there was a correction made, and this is a letter making that correction from the LPC. Then exhibit YY in bracket 7. That is the newly issued Fidelity Fund certificate after the error was corrected. And, my lord, that is the sum total of the bundle that this witness is going to use. We want to be open and frank about some of these documents, my lord. They were handed to the defense only this morning. We only received them this morning. And that will relate to from exhibit YY4 up to YY7. I did indicate to my learned colleagues that should they need time to peruse them, we'll have no objection, but the agreement was that we can proceed and lead the witness.
Okay.
Kade sonjalo ke umshushiswa la inkantolo khona ke incwadi eziqhamukiwe lapha ngaphansi kwe Legal Practice Council futhi khona ke ufakazi ozokhuluma malana nodaba lwencwadi lezo ke incwadi zakhona ziqukethwe noma kade zibhaliwe lapho ke phakathi ufakazi wamanje ke lapho ke ukhulani Stanley Sambo ke futhi sakathathile isifungo ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo malana nodaba lwencwadi ke khona lana ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo incwadi kade inesiqiniseko noma ke incwadi kade ivuma ke khona njalo umnumzana uDominic Antokozo Mjiyako ukuthi ummeli ke futhi kwabhala incwadi phakathi kwakhe futhi ebhala ke hlangothi leli Legal Practice Council bese ubuya futhi abhala ke incwadi nebhala ke umsishi wecala wabuya futhi abhala incwadi nakhe futhi ebhala ke umshushisi okhona la enkantolo nodaba lemibukiso ke manje ufakazi lona ke okhona lapha ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo ke namuhla uyothi abuye kakhulu malana nodaba lemibukiso lapho ke exhibit YY4 futhi ujobelele wasonjalo wathi incwadi lena ke bayithole namuhla nabo ke la ngaphambi kwenkantolo futhi abameli benu babaphile incwadi lena ke namuhla washo futhi khona nje ukuthi abameli benu bathi zabana inkinga uma ngaba angaqhubeka ke yena khona njalo umshushisi abuze ke ufakazi imibuzo malana nodaba lwalencwadi.
Okay. Mr. Sambo, if I can direct you to exhibit Y in brackets 3.
Yes.
It's on page 4 and 5 of the exhibit bundle.
Yes.
Is it correct that it's an affidavit consisting of 2 pages, pages 4 and 5?
Yes, it is correct.
Bathi ucela ukuthi ufakazi buke lapho umbukiso ka exhibit YY3 ekukhasi lesine futhi nekhasi lesihlanu athi ngabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi amakhasi amabili ke lapho atufakazi yebo kunjalo.
There's a signature that appears on page 5, the second part of the affidavit. Whose signature is that?
That is my signature.
Bathi khona ke umuntu othe wasayinda ke lapho ke ngabe ubani kade asayina lapho kathi uyena ufakazi kade asayina lapho ke.
And below the signature, the full names and surname of the deponent. Can you just place that on record?
The deponent is Kulani Stanley Sambo.
Bathi ubani ke umuntu obhaleke incwadi lena ke athi ngaphansi kwalapho noma ngaphansi kwendawo lesikhala lesikade kusayinwe kuyona ke umuntu amagama abhaliwe lapho kukhulani Stanley Sambo.
And the first page, that's now page 4, has been initialed. Whose initials appear there on?
It's KSS. Those are my initials.
Bathi ke lapho khasi lesi 4 khona ke umuntu othe wafaka amagama ilokuzana amagama kokuqala lapho ngabe ubani amagama abhaliwe lapha to KSS usho ukuthi amagama akhe ufakazi.
And on page 5, the second part of the document was commissioned. What is the date on which it was commissioned?
The date is the 28th of February 2025.
Bathi ke ilanga la lapho ngabe ilanga liphi ke khona lapho athi 28 ka February ngomnyaka ka 2025.
Did you depose to this affidavit yourself, or did you dictate the contents to someone who reduced it to writing?
I deposed it myself.
Kade kuthi ngabe uwena obhalile lana mhlambe umunye umuntu obhalile atufakazi uye owabhala ke.
Thank you. If I can ask you to turn to the first page of the affidavit, just place those particulars on record.
The first page, paragraph.
Yeah, on page 4,
Yes.
starting just after below affidavit.
Okay. I, the undersigned Fulani Stanley Sambo, hereby declare the following. I am a legal officer of the Professional Affairs Department, working at the Records Section of the Legal Practice Council, Gauteng Provincial Office. Established in terms of the Legal Practice Act 28 of 2014 and situated at Proc Forum Building 123 Paul Kruger Street, Pretoria.
Athi ke lapho kukhuluma uqa oqala ke noma kule paragraph loqala khona ngaphansi kohlelo lwafidavit ke uyasho konza ukuthi yena ke uStanley Khulani Sambo uye nobhalile nakhe bhalela nakhe uyasuthi nakusebenzela ihhovisi lapha noma mhlawumbe ihhovisi elikhulu lapho ke Professional Affairs Department lapho Legal Council Legal Practice Council futhi uyasho khona njalo ukuthi nakusebenza ngalana kushicilwa khona ke izinto ngaphansi komthetho wabo lapha LPC ngaphansi kwe province lanake eGauteng uyasho khona njalo ukuthi lapho basebenza ngaphansi komthetho khona lapho Legal Practice Act 28 of 2014 futhi asho ukuthi ibhilidi leli ke lilapho ke ngaphansi kwendawo yalapho number 123 Paul Kruger Street khona lana ke ePitoli.
Mr. Samuel, if you can just briefly outline your career history at the Legal Practice Council. When did you join the Legal Practice Council and in what capacity?
I initially joined the Legal Practice Council as an administrator, a senior administrator, in 2018.
Athi kwangena lapho ke ngaphansi kwe LPC Legal Practice Council ake njengonobhala omkhulu ke lapho ke ngomnyaka ka 2018.
I then proceeded to work at the Legal Practice Council from 2018 until I was admitted as an attorney in August 2020.
Uyasho kwanza ukuthi nawo uqasebenza uqala ke ngomnyaka ka 2018 lapho ke waze bamvuma njengommeli ke ngomnyaka ka 2020 ngoAugust.
After my admission, I proceeded to work at the Legal Practice Council as a senior administrator.
Athi ngemuva ukuthi bamvumeke njengommeli waqhubeka khona njalo ke sebenza lapho njengonobhala omkhulu lapho ke Legal Practice Council.
I then got a promotion November last year, which was 2024, to be a legal officer at the Record Section, Professional Affairs Department.
Uyasho khona njalo ukuthi masekuphela ke ngaphambi kuphela ke umnyaka lo phelile wathola ke lapho yena ke mhlambe bamkhuphukisa ngokwesikhundla sakhe ke lapho ke ngaphansi kwe Legal Operations Officer no Professional Officer Affairs.
Now, from your position as the administrator in September 2018, was there another rank that you occupied before you were admitted?
Before the admission and senior administrator, I was initially employed as an administrator.
Yes.
And then the following year, from 2018, I was an administrator. 2019, that's when I got the title to be a senior administrator at the Legal Practice Council.
Athi ke ngaphambi ko September ka 2018 kade asebenza lapho njengonobhala ke bese ngemuva komnyaka ka 2019 bese bamkhuphukisa ngokwesikhundla sakhe ke bamenza kunobhala omkhulu.
And as an administrator and senior admin officer, what did your duties entail?
My duties were in line with processing compliance in terms of the attorneys and the advocates, which entailed that I needed to assist attorneys in obtaining fidelity fund certificates.
Athi ke lapho kumsebenzi wakhe kade wenza ke lapho ke bekusebenza phakathi ke kwabameli abancane futhi abameli abakhulu futhi lapho phakathi kwama junior candidate attorneys futhi nabo advocate lapho ke ekuthize athola ama fidelity funds for bona,
which also included the updating of the legal practice system in terms of change of address or change of contact details, and also ensuring that compliance in terms of practice management training that attorneys have to complete is updated on the system.
Athi ke futhi umunye ko umsebenzi wakhe bekuthi ashintshe abheke mhlawumbe ngabe kushintshwa amakheli afake ngaphansi kwesystem yakhe mhlawumbe akubhale ukuthi umeli ushintshe ikheli noma lekheli ethize selishintshiwe lapho ke futhi nemininingwane yocingo ke lapho ke ukuthi ke lezo nto lezo abuye as update njalo ngaphakathi kwale system yabo abayisebenzisayo.
Now, after your appointment as the legal officer in November 2024, what did your duties entail?
My duties after my admission and also the promotion in November included the interpretation of the Legal Practice Act, the rules and the code of conduct. It also then transcended to also be dealing closely with our disciplinary department in terms of compliance for attorneys and trust account advocates that don't have a fidelity fund certificate.
Just a minute, just give.
Athi-ke ngemuva ukuthi bamvume noma bambeke njengommeli noma bavume ukuthi nake ummeli lapho kade asebenza ke mayelana nendlela mayelana nodaba lwemithetho futhi nendlela kuyiphatha ke lapho ngaphakathi kwamathini futhi ama-council lapho ke futhi udaba lweyimali ama-trust fund account lapho ke bakhuluma ngawo ukuthi ama-fidelity accounts ukuthi njalo ke esikhathini esiningi bawubhekile ngendlela eqondile.
That also included the overseeing of registration of firms,
Lapho ke futhi kade bebhalisa ke noma mhlawumbe bekabuka ukubhaliswa kwama-firms noma lapho iy'nkampani zabameli.
also that included the closure of firms when an attorney or a trust account advocate wants to close their firm.
Futhi noma ke umuntu noma ummeli sekafuna ukuthi abuye futhi avale ke inkampani yakhe ukuthi ke abe ummeli oyisebenzelayo.
Yes, what else?
It also included, in terms of if affidavits such as this ones, where I would then confirm the correctness of the attorney or the advocate's details that we have at the LPC.
Athi lapho futhi okunye kade quketha ke udaba lwama-affidavit la kade senza isiqiniseko khona ke sabameli kade bekhona ke ngaphansi kwe-LPC futhi ke nabo-advocate kade bekhona ke lapho ngaphansi kwe-LPC.
Is it all?
Yeah, roughly that's it.
If we can then,
Athi yebo yilokho nje kuphela.
if we can revert to paragraph 2 of your affidavit,
Yes.
exhibit double Y in brackets 3. Can you just read that in the record?
Okay. I have access to the records of the Legal Practice Council Gauteng Provincial Office relating to all admitted and enrolled legal practitioners in Gauteng, and such records are subject to my supervision.
Bathi kade ngicela sifundele ngaphansi kwe-affidavit yakhe kayibhala noma inkulumo yakhe noma incwadi ayibhala ngaphansi kwesifungo ke lapho ku paragraph 2 yasho khona ukuthi kune access lapho ithizeni athole kokushicilelwa ngaphansi kwe Legal Practice Council ekhona ke lana ke ekwi-province yanake eGauteng futhi yasho khona ukuthi lapho ke mayelana nodaba lonkana uquketha noma olumika noma olufaka ngaphakathi ke abameli kade bekhona ke ngaphansi kwe Legal Practice practitioners bana ke eGauteng ithizeni athole konke lokho futhi abuye ke nake sekabuya sekakusupervisor lonke lo hlelo.
Now, what particulars of such admitted and enrolled legal practitioners would be on your records?
On our records, it will show the date that the attorney or the practitioner got admitted on,
Athi lapho bathi ke iziphi ke izinto ezakhuluma ngazo ukuthi zikhona ke ngapha noma abashicelela phansi ke athi ilanga lelo ayabavuma khona ke abameli noma mhlawumbe ama-advocate ngaphansi kwe-LPC.
we would also have the contact details, addresses, cell numbers of all the practitioners,
Athi futhi lapho baba nemininingwane yamakheli wabo bonke ke abameli noma mhlawumbe abantu abasebenza ngezemthetho abo-advocate noma abameli ke lapho ke futhi nonombolo zocingo lwabo.
We would also have information of the Fidelity Fund certificates that have been issued historically for attorneys that practice for their own accounts.
Athi lapho abameli mayelana nodaba lwabameli abayisebenzelayo lapho kulaba bazothola khona ke ama-fidelity funds account wabo ukuthi ahamba kanjani.
We would also have the information in terms of their trust accounts that they have opened with their chosen bank.
Athi futhi lapho nodaba lwama-trust fund account abawuvulile nalamabhanga abathanda ukuthi bawuvule ngaphansi kwabo.
And also their audit history that they have to submit to the Legal Practice Council.
Athi futhi ne-history ekumele ukuthi usho umlando ke walama account wabo ukuthi bawamikise ngaphansi kwe-LPC.
Thank you. You may proceed to paragraph 3.
On the date of this affidavit, the records reflect that Advocate Dominic Dokozo Mjiyako was admitted as an attorney by the Gauteng Division Pretoria of the High Court on 26 March 2012.
Yes, just- If I can ask you to stand still there.
Athi-ke khona lapho mayelana nombhalo noma nenkulumo ebhaliwe ngaphansi ku-paragraph 4 ngaphansi kwalohlelo lwafidavithi kuwukuthi lapho-ke u-advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako kuwukuthi yena-ke bamvuma-ke bamletha ngokusemthethweni ukuthi-ke lapho-ke ummeli ngaphansi kwe-Gauteng Division lana e-Pretoria High Court ngelanga lange-26 zakaMarch ngomnyaka ka-2012.
If I can ask you to identify the relevant documentation, starting with Exhibit YY, that indicate that he was practicing, that Mr. Mjiyako was practicing as an attorney.
Right, in terms of Exhibit YY, which shows a enrollment confirmation letter from our national office based in Midrand. The letter is dated 5 May 2020, which then confirms the full names of Advocate Mjiyako together with his ID number. The letter then goes on to confirm that he is on the role of practicing legal practitioners.
Athi-ke lapho-ke mayelana nodaba lombukiso ka-YY noma exhibit YY ke lapho-ke incwadi iqhamuka kwihhovisi elikhulu lapho-ke eMidrand elimele lapho-ke iNingizimu Afrika futhi asho khona njalo ukuthi lapho-ke i-confirmation of enrollment with Legal Practice Council lapho-ke asho khona njalo ukuthi ngezansi-ke kubhaliwe mayelana nodaba lomuntu kade bemvuma-ke lapho-ke noma kade besenza isiqiniseko ngaye-ke amagama akhona kaphelele babhale ukuthi lapha Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako athina kufakazi u-advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako bese babhala-ke inombolo zakamazisi wakhe lapho-ke bese futhi aqhubeka incwadi yakhona-ke uma ngabe iqhubekela ngenzansi yehla khona njalo-ke iyasho khona njalo ukuthi yena-ke lo muntu ukhona-ke ngaphansi kwamagama-ke wabameli abakhona-ke ngaphansi kwe-Legal Practice Council.
Well, you've referred to him as advocate. What was his title on 5 May 2020?
At the time, he was an attorney. He had not converted his enrollment to that of a referral advocate.
Ilanga elibhaliwe lale ncwadi-ke ilanga lange-5 zakaMeyi ngomnyaka 2020 umbuzo bekuwukuthi wena-ke uthize u-advocate manje ngabe kade isimo sakhe sithini lapho ngabe kade kuwummeli noma kade kuwu-advocate-ke lapho-ke athi yena ngesikhathi leso kade kuwummeli engakakhuphuki ukuthi ibe u-advocate.
Now, what is the purpose of this exhibit YY?
It's to show at the time on 5 May 2020 to show that he indeed is a practicing attorney. This letter was used or is used by practitioners to either gain access to a court of law or for them to consult with their clients that maybe they've been incarcerated or arrested. And
manje wathi kade yini ke inhloso yalo mbukiso ka-exhibit YY ke lapho-ke athi-ke lapho-ke inhloso yale ncwadi nakuwukuthi-ke ummeli othizeni mhlawumbe umuntu osuke bamvumile-ke lapho-ke ukuthi ummeli-ke ayisebenzise-ke ekuthizeni angene ngaphansi kwenkantolo zalana-ke eNingizimu Afrika-ke noma uma evakashile-ke ejele ayobona-ke lapho-ke isiboshwa asimele.
and it can also be used as a form of verification to their clients that the attorney at the time is indeed on the practicing role with the Legal Practice Council.
Athi futhi ke esikhathini basebenzisa-ke incwadi yena-ke ekuthizeni benza isiqiniseko sokuthi-ke yebo ummeli osuke ameleke isiboshwa mhlawumbe umsoke-ke esikhathini leso-ke enze isiqiniseko sokuthi-ke noma aqinisekise-ke umuntu loyo usuke amele ngesikhathi leso ukuthi empeleni nangeqiniso ukuwummeli lo muntu ozobe ukhuluma naye ephethe lihlelo lencwadi.
Is a copy of this letter, Exhibit YY, on your records?
Yes.
LPC records?
Yes, it is.
Bathi ngabe ikhona yini icopy yale ncwadi naka kuma record wakho noma kuloko kushicilela ngapha le LPC athi yebo ikhona.
Now, over and above this letter, Exhibit YY, is there any other form of identification that is issued to legal practitioners?
Yes, there is. Besides this confirmation letter, there are ID cards which confirm the names of the practitioners, either an advocate or an attorney, which will also contain the membership number or the practice number for that specific legal practitioner.
bathi ngabe khona yini enye into enevame ukuthi nenze isiqiniseko ngayo mara ngaphandle nje kwale ncwadi uyibhalile lana noma mhlawumbe lethalene khona ke lapha athi yebo khona ke lapho ke mhlawumbe ikhophi kamazisi wakhe umuntu loyo ke eyenza isiqiniseko sokuthi yebo khona ke lapho ke ngaphansi kwe-Legal Practice Council noma ke inamba yomuntu kuzoyika sebenza ngaphansi kwayo njengommeli okhethekile.
The Fidelity Fund certificate number, would that anyway appear on the identification card?
It would not. In terms of the identity card, card that we issue out, it will only contain the names, if they are practicing or not, and then also have the picture of that attorney. If I may, the reason for that is that there are practitioners that are entitled to that identity card that do not have their own firms and don't practice for their own account.
Kade asho khona njalo ukuthi lapho ke malana nodaba lwakamazisi ke lapho kuleli ebenze isiqiniseko sangalo sokuthi akukho ke ngaphansi kwalo ke udaba lwe-fidelity accounts olubhaliwe lapho ke ngoba kulomazisi abawuthulayo bathula khona ke bebhale igama lomuntu futhi kunesithombe salomuntu othizeni noma sakammeli othizeni osuke apractice ke noma sekasebenza njengommeli ke lo muntu loyo ke futhi nenombolo zomniningwane noma inombolo zakhe zokusebenza njengommeli.
If I can ask you to turn to page 7 of the exhibit bundle. Exhibit 7 is part of exhibit YY4. Can you just identify page 7?
Bacela usitshele ngebala nekhasi lesikhombisa ke lapho.
All right. This is the second page of a Fidelity Fund certificate that is issued to practitioners that practice for their own account. The second page
Athi ke lapho ke ikhasi lesibili ke lalama Fidelity Funds account, Fidelity Funds account ikhasi lesibili ke lo muntu ushuthi umuntu ke osuke ayimele ayisebenzela ke.
The second page of this Fidelity Fund certificate is an addendum in terms of the Fidelity Fund certificate and the name of the firm that the certificate is issued against.
Athi ke lapho ke lapha bhala ukuthi addendum firms lapho ushuthi ama firm ayimele ke lapho ke futhi nenombolo noma ayimininingwane yalomuntu kusube ke asebenza ngaphansi kwalo inkampani leke abameli eyimele.
Just put those particulars on record on page 7.
The page shows associated firms. It proceeds to mention the firm name, which is Mjiako Attorneys, Inc. It also shows the firm number that is registered on our system, which is 18209. It then shows where the firm is based, which is Gauteng.
In other words, the province.
The province, yes, which is Gauteng. It then proceeds to show the role of the person that was issued with this Fidelity Fund certificate, which then reads partner or director, and then it has the associated period of the certificate showing that it was issued in 2020.
Athi ke lapho ikhasi lesikhombisa ke likhuluma malana nodaba yemininingwane ke yenkampani yommeli noma ummeli oyimeli oyisebenzela lapho ke athi igama elibhaliwe lapho under i-firm name noma ngaphansi kwegama lale nkampani yommeli ke lapho ke babhala ukuthi Mjiako Attorneys Inc. Bese babhala ke i-firm number yakhona kwathi 18209 bese athi indawo akuyona noma asebenzela ngaphansi kwayo wathi eGauteng lapho ke noma iprovince akulona ke bese wathi lapho isikhangiso sakhe mhlawumbe i-role ade ayenza ke nake athi lapho ke i-partner noma i-director bese iphepha leli ke bamnikeza lona nini ke bathi bamnika lona ke ngomnyaka ka-2020 athi konke lokhu kuwela ke ngaphansi kwalapha ngaphansi kwe-Fidelity Funds certificates.
So in the year 2020, in what capacity was Mr. Mjiako practicing?
Mr. Mjiako was practicing as an attorney for his own account, and he had his own firm. He was just the director at the firm, saying that the firm was registered as an incorporated.
Bathi ke umnumzana Mjiako ngabe kade isimo sakhe sokusebenza kade sime njani ke ngomnyaka ka-2020 athi kade ayisebenzela futhi esebenza ngaphansi kwefirm yakhe noma inkampani yakhe abameli kade nayo ke ngoba lapho kwabhala ukuthi Mjiako Attorneys Incorporate.
Thank you. If we can then revert to your affidavit, exhibit double Y in brackets 3,
Yes.
you were at paragraph 3.1, you had placed the information up to the end of that first sentence that ends 26 March 2012. You can proceed.
Okay. He was granted permission by the Legal Practice Council to convert his enrollment as an attorney to that of an advocate, practicing without a trust account on 6 July 2021.
Athi-ke lapho kudaba lwe-affidavit lapho-ke uma ngabe efunda aqhubeka nokufunda lapho ku-paragraph 3 noma ngaphansi kuka-paragraph 3 uma efunda mayelana nodaba lwencwadi ebhaliwe ngaphansi kwesifungo ukuthi bamnikeza lapho-ke imvume mhlawumbe ilungelo ukuthi asebenze ngaphansi kwe-Legal Practice Council lapho-ke futhi ade asebenza ngaphansi kwe-enrollment njengommeli noma mhlawumbe njenge-advocate athi khona-ke lapho-ke practicer ngaphandle kokuthi ibe ne-trust account lapho-ke ilanga leli-ke ilanga laka-July ngeyi-6 ngomnyaka ka-2021.
Now, what does practicing without a trust account entail?
It means that in terms of his conversion, he converted to a referral advocate without a trust account, meaning that monies from clients cannot then be deposited into that account. It's how can I describe it? So, trust account practitioners only practice with that, but in terms of his records, saying that he wants to be a referral advocate, he's not entitled to have a fidelity fund certificate and receive monies into his trust account.
Bathi lokho kusho ukuthi usebenza ngaphandle kwe-trust fund account lapho-ke athi ukuthi na-ke lapho bengavumelekile ukuthi atholeke imali qhamuka kuma-trust fund account lapho-ke noma kuma-trust fund shuthi nakade umuntu emkhulumela bese atholeke abantu lapho bese yabamela-ke.
If I can ask you to refer to exhibit double Y in brackets 1 on page 2 of the exhibit bundle. Can you just read the contents thereof on record?
Okay. This is a letter from our office, Gauteng Provincial Office, which was drafted on the 31st of October 2023. It was addressed to Dr. Sibanda. The letter reads as follows. Dear Mr. Sibanda, to whom it may concern, I hereby confirm that according to our records, to the records held by the Legal Practice Council, Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako was admitted as an attorney by the North Gauteng Provincial Division of the High Court of South Africa on 26 March 2012 and was granted permission by the Legal Practice Council on 6 July 2020 to convert his enrollment as an attorney to that of an advocate practicing without a trust account. Advocate Dominic Mjiyako is recorded as an advocate practicing without a trust account, and his legal practitioner number is recorded as 31584.
Athi-ke lapho-ke incwadi kade nakayitholile qhamuka ngaphansi kwe-Gauteng Gauteng Provincial Office khona bayibhala ngelanga lange-31 zaka-October ngomnyaka ka-2023 lapho kubhalwe khona-ke lapho-ke umnumzana-ke u-N Sibanda bathi diye mnumzana sawubona mnumzana Sibanda base bathi la babhalile khona-ke lapho ngenzansi ukuthi-ke lapho-ke ade avuma isiqiniseko sokuthi mayelana nodaba lolu khona ngaphakathi kwencwadi lena-ke bashicilele lapho-ke Legal Practice Council mayelana nodaba laka-Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako bathi njalo ke bamvuma-ke njengommeli lana-ke North Gauteng Provincial Division lana-ke inkantolo ephakeme-ke lana-ke eNingizimu Afrika ngelanga lange-26 zakaMarch ngomnyaka ka-2012 bese basho khona ukuthi bamnikeza-ke ilungelo ukuthi yena asebenze njengommeli-ke lapho-ke ngaphansi kwe-council Legal Practice Council lapho-ke ngelanga lange-6 zakaJune ngomnyaka ka-2021 futhi lapho kade beconverthe konke lokade kubhaliwe noma kade kumvumela ukuthi asebenze njengommeli-ke lapho-ke ngaphandle ukuthi asebenze nge-trust account. bese beqhubeka khona ke njalo ngenzansi yaqhubeka futhi yasho khona njalo ukuthi advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako uyena kobhaliwe futhi washicelela njengoba bashicelela phansi bambhala njengommeli ukuthi kade asebenza ke ngaphandle kwe-trust account lapho ke futhi nakade kummeli bekayisebenzela ngesikhathi esebenzela futhi inombolo zakhe zokusebenza ilezi esibhaliwe landelayo ke lapho ke u3 u1 584.
Yes, the rest of the document.
The document was signed by Mrs. M.M. Chadwick, Senior Legal Officer, Professional Affairs.
Bathi ke umuntu wasayinda ke kule ncwadi nakhe bathi umama ke lapho ke uMM Chadwick osebenza njengonobhala ke omkhulu lapha legal officer
Yes.
under Professional Affairs.
If I can ask you to revert to your affidavit, exhibit YY in brackets 3, paragraph 3.2.
Yes. Paragraph 3.2, Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako was in possession of a Fidelity Fund certificate for the year 2020. Due to a bona fide technical error on the FFC portal, which is the Fidelity Fund portal, the certificate number was a duplicate, and then brackets FFC 4415/2020 close brackets, and the error has been rectified. His Fidelity Fund certificate for the year 2020 is open brackets FFC 13911/2020 close brackets.
Bathi kumafunda lapha mara nodaba ka paragraph 3.2 lapho babhala ukuthi advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako futhi asebenza ke lapho ke ngaphansi kwe-Fidelity Funds account certificate ngonyaka ka 2020 ke lapho ke bezathi ngembangela uthi kade khona ke iphutha lenzeka lapho ke bese babhala ukuthi lapho ke FFC portal usho lapho ke Fidelity funds certificate mayikhuluma kanjalo ke bese wathi inombolo inombolo zale certificate lezi athe zinephutha ke lapho wathi open bracket FFC 4415/2020 bese ngemuva uthi babuye bayilungisa ke inombolo lezi ke ze Fidelity fund certificate number enusho inombolo zakhona ngomnyaka 2020 ngemuva uthi beyilungisile lapho ke bese zafundeka ngalendlela elandelayo ke open bracket FFC 13911/2020 bese wathi close bracket.
Can you elaborate, Mr. Sambo, on the information contained in this paragraph?
The paragraph 32 was addressed the issue that the Fidelity Fund certificate number that was issued to Mr. Mjiyako was a duplicate of another Fidelity Fund certificate that belonged to a different practitioner than him.
Athi lapho kade kuyiphutha nje lenzeka ke lapho uthi bamnikeza ke inombolo zomunye ke ummeli kade asebenza ke kepha kade ngasiyizo ezakhe zeqiniso bese ngemuva kwalokho bayilungisile bese bamnika inombolo zakhe zeqiniso zokusebenza.
What was the initial Fidelity Fund certificate number?
The initial Fidelity Fund certificate number was FFC 4415/2020.
Bathi ke inombolo lezoqala kade inombolo lezi kade koze kuphutha kuzona ke kade ku FFC 4415/2020.
If I can direct you to exhibit YY in brackets 4 on page 6 of the bundle. Can you just identify the document?
All right, this is a Fidelity Fund certificate which shows that which reads Legal Practitioners Fidelity Fund certificate for the year ending 31 December 2020, pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Legal Practice Act 28 of 2014, open brackets, the Act, close brackets. I hereby certify that Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako, an attorney, has complied with the provisions of Section 85 of the Act. The legal practitioner named in the certificate is obliged to practice subject to the provisions of the Act. It then proceeds to show a signature for the executive officer of the Legal Practice Council. And then it also shows the date that was issued, which was the 24th of February 2020, with a fidelity number FFC 04415/2020.
Athi-ke lapho kuphethe incwadi ngaphambi kwakhe incwadi efundeka ngale ndlela elandelayo-ke lapho-ke wabhala ukuthi legal practitioners fidelity fund lapho fidelity fund certificate bathi-ke yokusebenza ngaphambi ukuthi kuphele komnyaka noma inyanga ka-31 kaDisemba ngomnyaka ka-2020 ezothi wona-ke wayithola-ke ngaphansi kwezomthetho chapter 6-ke lapho-ke owela ngaphansi kwezomthetho bathi Legal Practice Act lapho-ke 28 of 2014 umalana nodaba lwezomthetho lokusebenza kwabo lapho-ke LPC bathi incwadi lifundeka ngale ndlela elandelayo-ke bathi mina-ke nguntokozo Dominic Mjiyako lapho-ke njengommeli futhi ngihambisana nakho konke kade bekulindele kimina ngaphansi ukwela ngaphansi komthetho ka-85 lapho section 58 section 85 of Act yes lapho kuyasho ukuthi yena-ke usebenza njengommeli-ke lapho kubhalwe ngaphansi kwencwadi lena-ke bese khona-ke lapho-ke umuntu owakhipha-ke le ncwadi lapho-ke bathi for executive officer wayikhipha incwadi yakhe ngelanga lange-24 zakaFebruwari ngomnyaka ka-2020 bese-ke kule nombolo ekhethekile lapho ngezansi ezilandelayo-ke bathi FFC 04415/2020.
Just want to show you a document that serves as an exhibit before this court. Is Exhibit JJ. All right. It is a statement in terms of Section 217 of Act 51 of 1977.
Yes.
There appears a fidelity fund certificate number in the first paragraph. Just put that on record.
Okay. I would start from the top.
Yeah, maybe just to give context, just start from the top.
From the top. This is a statement in terms of Section 217 of Act 51 of 1977. Police station and cast number, Force Lores 636/10/2014. On this, the 24th day of June 2020 at 14:30, which is 2:30, at Boksburg in the district of Ekurhuleni North before Miss V. Kronje. Miss V. Kronje. Additional magistrate for this district, and behind closed doors, I invite the deponent into my private office, room number 2, in the presence of Miss Evelyn Tsepiso Mutlaping as interpreter. Appears Bongani Sandiso Ntanji, male. Ntanzi, sorry. Male, 1990, 1202. Assisted by Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako. On request on assistance FM Ntanzi. No other person present. There's a fidelity number, it shows FFC 04415/2020.
Thank you.
Kade afuna nodaba lencwadi-ke lapho ibhaliwe lapho-ke ukuthi mayelana istatement esabhalwa ngaphansi komthetho 217 of Act 51 of 1977. Babhala igama lesikhumulo samaphoyisa lapho-ke futhi nenamba-ke ekhethekile lapho-ke mayelana nodaba lecala-ke lapho-ke bathi Force Lores besathi dash bathi 636/10/2014 bathi ilanga lapho-ke ngelanga lange-24 zakaJune ngomnyaka 2020 ngesikhathi maqedo gamanxa-ke maqedo shaya imizuzu 30 ngemuva kwehora lesibili-ke lapho-ke emini lapho-ke isigodi sendawo noma indawo noma isigodi yebo lapho-ke bathi Boksburg lapho-ke ngaphansi kwe-district lapho-ke Ekurhuleni North before noma ngaphambi komantshi kade khona lapho umiss noma umama uV Grunier lapho kade yena ke njengomantshi kade khona kwenkantolo encane noma inkantolo ese-district ke lapho ke bese ngemuva kokuthi kade kuvaliwe noma mhlawumbe kumahhovisi wakhe noma kuhhovisi lakhe ke lapho ke yena ke wabiza lapho ke umuntu obhale inkulumo lena ke lapho ke i-room number yakhona ke kukuthi unumber 2 athi lapho ngesikhathi kade senzeka udaba lolu kade khona ke lapho ku Evelyn Tsepiso Motlhapeng kade kuyitoliki ke lapho ke kucala leli ke umuntu obakavele phambi kwakhe lapho ke kade kuBongani Sandiso Ntanzi bese wabhala ke lapho ukuthi umuntu wesilisa ke bese wabhala ke umnyaka nelanga futhi nenyanga bambeletha ngayo ke futhi u1990 ngoDecember bese ngelanga lesibili ke lapho ku December babhale lokho ke bese wathi balekelelwa noma wasizwa ke lapho ke umnumzana lapho ke uDominic Ntokozo Mjiyako ushuthi ngemuva ukuthi kade amcelile ukuthi akayiza azomlekelela ke lapho ke mayelana necala leli ke la ka FM Ntanzi ke lapho ke futhi yasho khona njalo mayelana mawufunda uyangenzansi ke lapho ke khona ke inombolo ekhethekile ibhaliwe ke lapho ukuthi FFC 04415/2020.
Now, Mr. Samuel, if I can ask you to compare the Fidelity Fund certificate number that appears on Exhibit JJ and the one that appears on Exhibit YY in brackets 4, and invite you to comment.
The Fidelity Fund certificate number that shows up on Exhibit JJ is the same as the number that appears on Exhibit YY4, in that the number shows as FFC 04415/2020. At the
Kade becela ukuthi lapho aqhathanise phakathi kwenombolo lezi ke ezimbili ke ibhaliwe ke lapho ke ngaphakathi kombukiso ka YY4 futhi umbukiso ka JJ lapho ke uyasho khona ukuthi inombolo ke lezi ke ziyafana ke lapho ngoba kubhalwe inombolo ezilandelayo FFC 04415/ noma /2020.
The Fidelity Fund certificate shows that it was issued to Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako in terms of the application process that they have to do with our office, and which is an online application that the attorney has to apply for the certificate and be issued with that from our system that is with the Fidelity Fund offices as well.
Athi ke inombolo lezi kade benikeze lapho ke umnumzana ke Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako mayana nesicelo kade asenzile ke lapho ke online ngesikhathi kade acela ke lokuzana icertificate lesi ke ngaphambi kokuthi babuye bamnikeze ke icertificate lesi ukuthi ke bade bamnikeze futhi nale inombolo lezi kade ayifundile ezindlule.
Now, if I can ask you then to turn to Exhibit YY in brackets 2 on page 3 of the bundle. It's a letter dated 9 December 2024. It's addressed to the state.
All right. This is a letter dated 9 December 2024, addressed to Advocate G.D. Baloyi, which states the following. I hereby confirm to the records held by the Legal Practice Council, Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako was admitted as an attorney by the Gauteng Division Pretoria of the High Court of South Africa on 26 March 2012. He was granted permission by the Legal Practice Council to convert his enrollment as an attorney to that of an advocate practicing without a trust account on the 6th July 2021. Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako was in possession of a Fidelity Fund certificate for the year 2020 due to a bona fide technical error on the FFC portal. The certificate number was duplicate. Then it open brackets FFC 4415/2020 close brackets.
Yes, if I can ask you then to compare the number that appears there with the one that appears on Exhibit JJ.
The The number that's on the letter, Exhibit YY2, is slightly different to the Exhibit JJ in that the number on the letter, there is no zero on it. It just states FFC 4415/2020, while on the Exhibit JJ it states FFC 04415/2020.
Kata funa ke lapho malana nombukiso lapho ke ka exhibit YY2 ngathi kade kuyincwadi etibhaleke lapho ke umshushisi ke lapho ke yasho khona njalo ebabhali lapho ukuthi GD mnumzana Baloyi advocate Baloyi ke lapho ke incwadi ke show ukuthi khona njalo kade senza iqiniseko sokumelana nokuthi ke umnumzana ke lapho ke advocate Ntokozo Mjiyako kade komunye wabameli abasebenzayo ke lapha eNingizimu Afrika futhi abavuma ekuthizeni ke abasebenzeke lapho yasho njengabameli noma njengommeli ke lapho ke ngaphansi ku province kana ke Gauteng division ngaphansi kwenkantolo ephakeme lapha ke ePitoli futhi ngelanga la nge-26 kaMarch ngonyaka 2012 kade bemvuma njengommeli ke lapho ke futhi asebamnikeza ke ilungelo ukuthi akasebenze ngaphansi kwe-Legal Practice Council lapho ke futhi asebenze njengommeli ke lapho ke oyimele ke lapho ke futhi angasebenzi ngaphansi kwaba-advocate abanawo ama-trust account ke lapho ke ngelanga la nge-6 kaJulayi ngonyaka 2021 futhi beqhubeka iyaphambili khona njalo yasho ukuthi lapho umnumzana advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako lapho kade anayo ke i-Fidelity Fund certificate la yalomnyaka ka-2020 kepha ke ngendaba noma ngembangela yebhono ephutha noma bathi ibhono failure shothi lapho ke iphutha lenzeka ngaphakathi kwale portal yabo ke lapho ke ama certificate lapho ke isekade khona ke udaba okade lungalungile malana nezinombolo zakhe ke lapho ke bathu FFC 4415/2020 bese wacela ukuthi akaqhathanise ke incwadi lena bakayiqedwe ifuna njengamanje futhi incwadi yembukiso ka-exhibit JJ athi lapho ke iphutha likhona mhlambe noma inombolo iphutha mayelana nodaba lwey'nombolo kuwukuthi lana abamfakile inombolo ka-0 ke lana ke kule exhibit YY2 kepha ke kule exhibit JJ babhalile ukuthi lapho ke inombolo lezi FFC 04415/2020 kepha ngalana kule mbukiso ka exhibit YY2 u0 athi abamfakile kule nombolo.
Yes, you may continue.
If I can comment on that, I would believe that this was a typing error from our office in not including the zero on the letter.
Athi ke uma ngajobelela lapho ngathi mhlambi ke lelo iphutha elaqhamuka kulelo office labo ekuthizini bangawufaki ke inombolo ka0 uma ngabe bebhala kule ncwadi kumbukiso ka exhibit YY2.
However, the number can be verified from our online systems and a public verification by entering the number 04415/2020.
Kepha kathi inombolo lezi ngabuya futhi neziqiniseko ngaso uma ngabe ngelapha kule online portal lapho ke futhi abantu ke abathanda ukuthi babhekele malana nodaba nobameli ukuthi nothola ke uma ngabe lifika lapho ke nefaka le nombolo ilandelayo lapho ke FFC 04415/2020.
But for the typing error, how does that number compare to the one on Exhibit JJ?
From how it looks to me, it's similar. The number in terms of the way that it's structured and the way that the system allocates each number for a Fidelity Fund certificate.
Athi ngokubona kwakhe ke inombolo ezicishe zafana ke noma uma ngabe ikhuluma mayelana nodaba lapha abantu athola ke inombolo zabo uma uqhamuka kule system yabo abesebenzisayo ke lapho ke.
Yes, you may continue.
I think there's...
You in paragraph 3.2 of Exhibit YY3 say, and the error has been rectified?
Yes. The error has been rectified. His Fidelity Fund certificate number for the year 2020 is FFC 13911/2020.
Athi lapho ke inombolo zakhe babuya bayishintsha ke zokusebenza ngaphansi kwe-Fidelity Fund certificate bashintsha kule inombolo ezilandela ngomnyaka 2020 kule inombolo ke ilandelayo ke lapho ke FFC open bracket FFC lapho wathi 13911/2020 bese wathi close bracket.
Yes, the rest of the letter.
Okay, paragraph 3.3.
No, who issued the letter? Sorry, YY2.
Y2. Sorry. It then continues to say, yours faithfully shows my signature and then my names, Mr. K.S. Sambo, Legal Officer, Professional Affairs Department.
bathi umuntu okhipha incwadi nakhe yathena-ke uyena-ke lapho-ke uyena oyibhalile lapho-ke umnumzana K.S. Sambo osebenza lapho-ke Legal Office, Professional Affairs.
Thank you. Now, coming back to your affidavit,
Yes.
Exhibit YY3, you are still explaining developments regarding paragraph 3.2. If I can ask you to turn to Exhibit YY in brackets 5 that appears on page 8 of the bundle.
Yes.
Yes, well, what happened in due course?
From Exhibit YY5, it is an email from Advocate Mjiyako directed to our office, in which states the subject states that complaint by Ms. Schultz, together with a reference and the Fidelity Fund number, which is FFC 04415/2020. The email reads the above matter, as well as our telephone conversation earlier this morning refers. Thank you so much for taking my call. As mentioned during our telephone conversation, in 2020, I was issued with a Fidelity Fund certificate number, FFC 04415/2020 by the LPC.
Just a minute.
Bathi lapho uma ekhuluma ngodaba lembukiso lencwadi-ke lapho-ke Exhibit YY5 usilile la ncwadi kade ibhalile mhlawumbe isikhalazo sakamnumzana noma isikhalazo senziwa lapho Miss Scholz bese i-file reference number khona kade ku 16342/2020 lapho-ke inombolo ekhethekile lapho-ke FFC 04415/2020 bese wabhala-ke ngenzansi ukuthi ebhala-ke umnumzana okhona-ke lana-ke athi ngemuva ukuthi kade bekhulumile-ke ocingweni malana nodaba labakhuluma ngalo ngelanga lakusasa-ke lapho-ke futhi abonga ngokuthi kade abantu ucingo lwakhe-ke lapho-ke nanoma bekakhulumile ocingweni malana nodaba lwabo kade bekhuluma ngalo-ke bese ngomnyaka 2020 athena-ke wanikezwa-ke i-Fidelity Fund certificate number zale nombolo ezilandelayo-ke lapho-ke u-FFC 04415/2020 bese ayinikezwa lapho-ke ibhodi lapho laka-LPC-ke lapho-ke.
How does that number that you've just read out compare with the one on Exhibit JJ?
The only difference is the zero. FFC, it's the same as Exhibit JJ.
Bathi ngabe le number lezehluke kanjani-ke nombukiso wakho okhona-ke ngaphansi kofakazi baka-JJ athi inombolo ezizodwa ezifanayo.
And the one on Exhibit YY in brackets 4,
It is the same number.
Athi-ke futhi ziyafana-ke nenombolo ezikhona lapho ku-Exhibit YY4 inombolo ezifanayo lezo.
yes, you may proceed. And just again, just identify YY4 for record purposes.
Okay. Y4 is a Fidelity Fund certificate that was issued to Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako at the time, issued on the 24th of February 2020.
Bathi mina nodaba lombukiso ka-Exhibit YY4 inombolo lezi noma kwencwadi ekade ikhishiwe umnumzana Ntokozo Mjiyako bayikhipha ngelanga lange-24 zaka-February ngomnyaka 2020 athi futhi inombolo ezizodwa futhi ezifanayo.
And the Fidelity Fund certificate number that appears at the bottom of the page.
The certificate number is FFC 04415/2020.
Athi-ke lapho-ke inombolo ezibhaliwe lapho FFC 04415/2020.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay.
On Exhibit YY5.
A complaint has been lodged with the LPC against me by Ms. Schultz, basically alleging that the above FFC was issued to her and therefore accusing me of fraudulently presenting it as mine. I am not sure how this could possibly be the case, and I humbly request your assistance to have this issue clarified. Please find attached copies of Ms. Gall's complaint, my response thereto, and the FFC in question, and other relevant documents. Unfortunately, I was unable to find the link used when I applied for the 2020 FFC. Thanking you in advance for your assistance herein. Kind regards, Dean Tokolzo Mjiako, Advocate of the High Court, member of the Johannesburg Society of Advocates.
Athi lapho kuma ngabe incwadi iqhubeka ifunda khona njalo ibhaliwe lapho ukuthi kade kuyizikhalazo noma umuntu khona isikhalazo kade senziwe lapho ke mayana naye kade senziwe lapho Miss Escorts lapho ke mayana nodaba lwale nombolo lezi ze FFC lapho kade akhuluma ngazo noma kade unikeze zona ke ukuthi na kade sebenzisa ke ngongekho semthethweni ke lapho ke noma ngongemthetho uyasho khona njalo lapho ke uma akanaso iqiniseko ukuthi ngabe lokhu ngabe kuqiniso kangangani malana nodaba lwalicala leli ke kepha ke ngokukhulu ke kuyithoba kade cela ke usizo lwabo ekuthizeni bamqaphele le nombolo mhlawumbe bamlungiselele mayana nodaba lwale nombolo lezike futhi washo njalo ukuthi uyacela kathule ke amakhophi akhona ke afakiwe lapho ke uMs Escorts mayana nodaba lwezikhalazo zakhe ke lapho ke futhi yasho ukuthi lokho uyakhuluma noma ukhulumile ngaphansi kodaba lapho ke le FFC elada khuluma ngayo ke lapho ke futhi nakho konkana kade iqukethiwe ngaphakathi kwalodaba noma kwama document lawo ke yasho ukuthi ngeshwa ke ngesikhathi kade asenza ke lokhu yena azange khona ekuthizeni ke avule ke ilink ngesikhathi beka apply for FFC number yakhe ngomnyaka 2020 bese kuthi yabonga ke ngokusizo lwabo nanoma engekalitholi bese umuntu obhala incwadi yakhe umnumzana uNtokozo Mjiyako ke lapho ke kade yasebenza ngapha uadvocate walapho ke inkantolo ephakeme ke lapho ke futhi kade komunye obo advocate noma ke abameli walapha eJohannesburg Society of Advocates.
Just in a nutshell, can you explain what is contained in Exhibit YY5 with reference to your affidavit paragraph 3.2?
You mean how it relates
Yes.
to each other? Upon
The
receipt,
problem, what is the issue that is being addressed here?
the issue is in relation to the Fidelity Fund number.
Yes.
As from this email, at the time it seemed to me that there are two certificates that have been issued with the very same number.
Athi ke mina naye uma ngabe ngikhuluma nodaba lwale ncwadi ukuthi kade bekhipheke ama certificate amabili ke lapho ke kepha ke ama certificate amabili ke lawo ke kade enenombolo ezifanayo.
Upon receipt of this email from Advocate Mjiyako, I then proceeded to contact our the system developer from the Fidelity Fund offices to proceed to check the duplicates in terms of the numbers for this Fidelity Fund certificate that was issued to Mr. Mjiyako and Ms. Schultz.
Athi ke ngemuva ukuthola ke incwadi yena ade bhaliwe lapho umnumzana Advocate Mjiyako ngoba kade enesikhalazo kade anaso ke lapho ke melana ukuthi Miss Scott kade akhalile ke yena ke yena uxhumana neoffice elisebenza mathupha ke nodaba lwale inombolo lezi ke melana nephutha ukuthi ambhekele melana nephutha kade likhona ke lapho ke leli Miss Scott kade akhala ngalo ke.
The issue was then resolved in that the number, the FFC 04415-2020, was then rectified to show the correct number in terms of the system that we have with the LPC and the Legal Practitioners Fund.
Athi ke lapho mana nodaba lwenombolo lezi ke zaka FFC 04415/2020 egcina ke beyitholile ke ukuthi akahlahle inombolo zakabani ke lezo ke uma kade bevula lapho iportal yabo Fidelity Funds account.
The number that then appeared on the system for Mr. Njiako at the time after the correction. If I can just go to exhibit. The number then reflected as FFC 13911/2020 with the same issue date, which is the 24th of February 2020.
Athi-ke lapho-ke inombolo zikaMnumzana Mjiyako kade kuzona-ke eziqondile njengommeli lapho kade ku-FFC 13911/2020-ke lapho-ke bese bamnikeza kule nombolo ezingelanga lange-24 zakaFebruwari ngomnyaka ka-2020.
Yes, you're reading from exhibit.
I would exhibit YY2 and then the, I think it's exhibit Y7. I'm not sure if you have this document.
Yes.
Athi kade ukuthi ufunde kuphi-ke lokho kade ngaphansi kombukiso ka-YY2 kepha-ke khona ngalapha-ke babhala ukuthi YY7 wesikhombisa-ke athi akanaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ngabe umshushisi unawo yini lombukiso ka-exhibit YY7,
which is a fidelity fund certificate bearing the names of Dominic Dogozo Mjiyako, which shows the fidelity fund number as FFC 13911/2020.
athi-ke lapho-ke fidelity fund certificate kaMnumzana-ke lapho-ke uMntokozo Mjiyako ngoba khona amagama akhe lapho Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako-ke kepha-ke izonombolo-ke wazithola-ke ngomnyaka ka-2020 ngesikhathi kade ekuthola le ncwadi noma mhlawumbe le certificate list.
So in other words, what is exhibit YY7?
YY7 is the fidelity fund certificate, the, if I can coin the word, corrected fidelity fund certificate, which after consultations and engagements with the system developers at the fidelity fund, they then corrected the number from FFC 04415/2020 to that of FFC 13911/2020.
athi lapho uma ngabe ukukhuluma ngencwadi ekhona ke lapho ngaphansi ko YY7 YY esikhombisa ke lapho ke ukuthi inombolo abayithola ngemuva kokuthi benzeke isilungiso lapho mhlawumbe izilungiso ngaphansi incwadi lenakhe kade bekhona ke lapho ka exhibit YY2 uma ngabe siyakhuluma ngezilungiso kade sikhona ke lapho ukuthi inombolo ezikhethekile zikhona ke lapho ke abamnikeza zona ke umnumzana Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako ukuthi FFC 13 pardon ukuthi inombolo ezike lapho ezibhaliwe lapho ku FFC 13911/2020.
Thank you. And just finally, exhibit YY6. Can you just identify?
This is a letter dated 10 December 2024, addressed to Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako, which quotes his email address and then states, Dear Advocate Mjiyako, to whom it may concern, I hereby confirm that according to the records held by the Legal Practice Council, Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako was admitted as an attorney by the Gauteng Division, Pretoria of the High Court of South Africa on 26 March 2012. He was granted permission by the Legal Practice Council to convert his enrollment as an attorney to that of an advocate practicing without a trust account on the 6th of July 2021. Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako was in possession of a fidelity fund certificate for the year 2020 due to a bona fide technical error on the FFC portal. The certificate number was a duplicate, open brackets FFC 4415/2020, and the error has been rectified. His fidelity fund certificate number is open brackets FFC 13911/2020 close brackets. The letter was signed by me, which also shows my name, Mr. K.S. Sambo, Legal Officer, Professional Affairs Department.
Athi-ke lapho uma ukhuluma ngencwadi-ke khona-ke ngaphansi kombukiso ka-YY6 wesithupha-ke lapho-ke futhi kwincwadi kade iqhamuka kakhulu lapho-ke umnumzana Advocate Ntokozo Mjiyako-ke lapho-ke kade ebhaliwe le ncwadi ukuthi sawubona mnumzana Mjiyako uyena kade ebhalile ngaphansi ku-office eGauteng province-ke lapho-ke futhi ifundeka ngale ndlela elandela kuwukuthi-ke lapho-ke inkulumo ebhaliwe incwadi iqhamuka ngaphansi kwe-Legal Practice Council yathi mnumzana Advocate Ntokozo Dominic Mjiyako bathi yena-ke kade kummeli owavunywa-ke ngaphambi kwenkantolo yanake eGoli-ke inkantolo ePitoli ephakeme ngelanga elana eNingizimu Afrika-ke ngelanga lange-26 zakaMarch ngomnyaka ka-2012 futhi kade bemnikezela lapho ilungelo ukuthi angasebenza-ke ngaphansi kwe-LPC njengommeli lapho-ke oyimeli oyisebenzelayo noma lapho advocate kade eyisebenzela kepha angenayo-ke lapho-ke trust account futhi incwadi bayikhipha-ke ngelanga lange-6 zakaJulayi ngomnyaka ka-2021 bese washo khona ukuthi umnumzana u-Advocate Dominic Mjiyako kade engena-ke engaphansi kwe-Fidelity Fund Certificate yalo mnyaka-ke loyo-ke kepha-ke ngemuva kwephutha kade likhona ngaphansi kwe-FFC portal yabo-ke lapho e-LPC bona bagcina babona ukuthi le nombolo lezi kade ngasizo inombolo ekhethekile noma eqondile bese babuya futhi bakulungisa-ke lokho-ke mayelana nodaba lapho le nombolo lezi ezilungile ngaphansi kwe-certificate sakhe-ke lapho-ke bizabhala ukuthi lapho-ke open bracket FFC 13911/2020 bese wathi uyena-ke owathola incwadi bese wayisayinda-ke lapho-ke futhi namagama akhe akhona-ke lapho-ke ufakazi umnumzana u-KS Sambo osebenza lapho-ke e-legal officer njengo-professional affairs.
Please, my colleague has just drawn my attention to, it's a document that we want to hand up as exhibit YY8. It's a document that was handed up during the testimony of Ms. Pinky Fillingham. We just cannot immediately find the exhibit number. We'll just make copies for everyone. If I can just ask you to read the contents of now exhibit YY8 in the record.
This is a letter from the from our office, Gauteng Provincial Office, LPC. It's dated 20 June 2024. It says, Dear Advocate Baloyi, to whom it may concern, I confirm that the firm Giacomo Patlele Attorneys Incorporated with practice number F18209 is registered as a firm of attorneys on the roll of the Gauteng Provincial Office of the Legal Practice Council. The firm details are recorded as following: Giacomo Patlele Attorneys Incorporated, with an address, a postal address, PO Box 32923, Bramfontein, 2017. Physical address, number 10 to 8th Street, Melville, Johannesburg, 2092, with telephone numbers and in the email address. It then states, yours faithfully. It has a signature, Mr. V.L. Maluleke, Legal Officer, Professional Affairs.
But
If you can just, also just read the telephone numbers.
Okay. The telephone number, it shows 079 039 7605, and an additional number, which is 086 511 8901. The email address, it shows mjiyakodn@gmail.com.
kade afuneka mina nodaba lencwadi ekhona ke lapho ke le mbukiso lapho ke UYY8 lapho ke le ifuneka ngale ndlela elandelayo incwadi iqhamuka ngaphansi kule legal practice council nakhe eGoli ke lapho ke noma Gauteng provincial lapho ke babhalile khona njalo ke ukuthi lapho ke umnumzana iqhamuka kumnumzana incwadi kade ebhaleka lapho ubaba umnumzana ubhalwe ke lapho ke iyasho ifundeka ngale ndlela elandelayo bathi mina ngikhona ke la ke kuthi ngenza isiqiniseko ukuthi umnumzana umjiyako umphahlele attorneys incorporate yasho usebenza ke ngaphansi kwale nombolo lezi le ilandelayo ke lapho ku F18209 ukuthi kade beyibhalisile ke inkampani yabo yabameli mhlawumbe ifirm yabo ke lapho ke ngaphansi kwerolana ke Gauteng provincial office noma ngaphansi kwe-LPC legal practice council ke lapho ke futhi inale imininingwane elandelayo ke lapho ke babhala khona ke ngenza ukuthi umjiyako umphahlele attorneys incorporate lebathi postal address noma ikheli khona ke lapho ke PO box 32923 bese wathi Bramfontein 2017 ezothi lapho ke malana nekheli uma ikheli lomuntu mangabe iyakhona lapho physical address ke lapho ke bathi number 10 8th Street lapho ke Melville Johannesburg 2092 athi malana nenombolo zemininingwane ezikhona ke lapho ke usibabhaleke lapho ke u079 0339 7605 noma inombolo abejobelele ke lapho ke u086 511 8901 sobhala lapho i-email address ekhona ke lapho bathi mjiyako dn@gmail.com bathi umuntu kade ibhala incwadi nakhe lapho ke kade noma itholile futhi wayisayina ke incwadi leyo umnumzana UVL Maluleke osebenza khona ke ngaphansi kwe-legal officer professional affairs.
As a court, please, my lord, we see that it's time for the long adjournment. Can we take the long adjournment, please?
Okay, fine. 2 o'clock then.
Pagament.
And then the other party's number, it shows 079 039 7605. And then the call description, it says the same, PCM.
Athi ke lapho ke ucingo olulandelayo ke namhlanje inkulumo kathi khona ke landelayo ke lapho ke phakathi kwelo nombolo ezilandelayo inombolo yokuqala ke lapho ke u2760901689 bese athi ilanga elibhaliwe lapho ke 10 ngenyanga yesi9 ngomnyaka 2020 isikhathi lapho ke u18:08:49 usuthi imizuzu ewu8 ngemuva kwehora laka 6 ntambama ke bese imizuzu ona khona ku 49 ke lapho ke athi umuntu kade athunyelwe ke umyalezo ngo call back ke lapho ke inombolo zakhe ilezi 079 039 7605 bese athi inkulumo indlela athi inkulumo ke ingayo ke lapho ke athi uPCM athi should please call me.
And how does that number, the other part 079 039 7605, compare to the number on your record, Exhibit YY8?
The number is the same as the Exhibit YY and DD.
Bathi ke uma uqoqethanisa ke inombolo ekhona ngaphakathi kombuso ka YY8 futhi no DD5 open bracket E close bracket open bracket Roman figure 1 close bracket uma ngabe uqethanisa ke ngabe inombolo eziyafana yini noma ayifanike athi ufakazi inombolo ezizodwa futhi ke ziyafana le inombolo.
Yes, the next call. The next page.
The first number on this column is 27060901689. The start date of this, it shows 01/10/2020, and then the other party's number, it shows 079 039 7605. The description shows PCM.
Athi ke ucingo olulandelayo mhlawumbe inkulumo elandelayo phakathi kwenombolo ezimbili ke lezi ezikhethekile ke lapho ke inombolo yokuqala ke lapho ke athi 2760901689 ke bathi ilanga lalapho ke ilanga lokuqala ke ngenyanga yesi10 lapho ke umnyaka 2020 ke isikhathi lapho kwathi 19:49:32 usuthi imizuzu ewu49 ngemuva kwehora lesikhombisa ke ebusuku ke lapho bese ngemizuzwana ewu32 bathi ke inombolo ade leyo ke kade bethumela ku call back other party noma elinye ke iqembu ke lapho ke u079 0397605 bathi ke lapho ke indlela inkulumo yakho yakhona kade ku PCM should please call me.
And the other party, that number, how does it compare to the one in Exhibit YY8?
With Exhibit YY8, it is the same number in terms of our records and the letter.
Bathi inombolo ke khona ke ngaphansi kwelinye iqembu ke mhlawumbe umuntu wesibili ke khona ngalana ngabe mhlawumbe iyafana yini ke inombolo khona ke ngale phakathi kombukiso ka YY8 athi ke inombolo eyodwa futhi iyafana.
This document has already been admitted. Exhibit DD5E Roman figure 1, if you can just, and the trend is the same, is that correct?
On the
You just count the number of calls on each page.
On the first page, it shows 2 calls, and second page is 2 calls as well. And then the third page, it's only 1 call that's highlighted. The fourth page shows 2 calls. The fifth page, it's only 1 call. The sixth page is only 1 call. Seventh page, it's only 1 call. Eighth page, 2 calls. Page 9, it's only 1 call.
Athi ke ade buza ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe bakhulume ke ikhathi ezingangani kulamakhasi ka imbukiso lapho exhibit DD5 open bracket E, close bracket, Roman figure 1. Athi-ke kwikhasi lokuqala-ke bakhulume ikhathi ezimbili-ke lapho-ke, kepha kuma buka ikhasi lesibili-ke lapho kwakhulume-ke ikhathi ezimbili futhi-ke. Uma buka ikhasi lesithathu nakhona kwakhulume isikhathi esisodwa-ke lapho-ke. Uma buka ikhasi lesine-ke lapho kade bakhulume-ke ikhathi ezimbili-ke, kepha kuma ngabe buka-ke ikhasi lesihlanu-ke lapho kwakhulume-ke isikhathi esisodwa. Uma buka ikhasi lesithupha-ke lapho-ke athi nakhona kwakhulume isikhathi esisodwa-ke lapho-ke. Uma buka ikhasi lesikhombisa lapho-ke futhi nakhona kwakhulume isikhathi esisodwa-ke lapho-ke. Athi-ke uma buka-ke ikhasi lesishagalolunye nakhona kwakhulume ikhathi ezimbili-ke. Uma buka isikhathi lesishagalolunye athi bakhulume isikhathi esisodwa-ke futhi.
Just for my understanding, not only me, is who is calling who, so that it's simplified. Or which number is calling which number.
Well, my lord, it's already on record.
Yeah, fine.
The number 079-039-7605 is sending, please call me PCM, to the number, no, I'm sorry, the number 060-90-16890 is sending, please call me on those dates to the number 079-039-7605.
Yeah.
And the exchange of calls between the two numbers. So the evidence is already on record, my lord, that the number 0690-16890 belongs to accused number 2. It's been admitted.
So it's the number of number 2 calling the LPC.
No, calling Mr. Mjiako.
Yeah, I'm calling Mr. Mjiako.
Yes, and the other way around, my lord.
Okay.
So there's communication between the two numbers. That's the essence of
Yeah.
this witness evidence, my lord.
Kade inkosi enkantolo kubuza ukuthi kahle abobanike labantu ababili ade beqhumana-ke lapho-ke bese-ke umshushisi uyasho khona ukuthi malana nodaba lwalencwadi yale nkulumo yenombolo ey'khethekile-ke lezi kuwukuthi sele inkosi enkantolo yamukele-ke lo fakazi ngaphambi kwayo-ke futhi basho khona ukuthi le nombolo lezi-ke khona-ke ngalana-ke zaka +27 6090-16890-ke kuwukuthi inombolo zakamsola wesibili-ke lapho-ke kepha-ke lezi inombolo ey'landelayo zaka 079-039-7605 kuwukuthi inombolo zakamnumzana-ke umjiyako.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Futhi washo khona njalo ukuthi yena-ke umsolo wesibili kulaba yaxhumana khona-ke nomnumzana umjiyako.
Any cross-examination, sir?
As it is the court, my lord. I'm not so sure if we can be allowed to move away from proper protocol.
From?
From protocol.
How can we move away?
That's the reason why I'm saying I'm not even so sure, my lord, if I can be heard. I know that this is going to Mr. Ramsipili. I'm saying
Yeah,
I know that this witness'
yeah,
testimony
yeah.
is about the client that is represented by Mr. Ramsipili. I, however, have some questions to him, but would have requested that, and that's something that I've already discussed with Mr. Ramsipili, that probably Mr. Ramsipili then starts with this cross-examination. If I have a question subsequent to what he would have asked this witness, then I would request an indulgence from the court to follow him. But
No, the protocol here is, and I was told by you, that because your clients are charged in terms of common purpose,
yes,
or furthering a common purpose,
yes,
what obtains for one obtains for the other, meaning the evidence led by the state
Yes.
in trying to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt
Yes.
on the basis of the furtherance of a common purpose.
yes,
You are jointly defending your clients because they are charged jointly.
yes,
And you said anybody can cross-examine anybody at any time. That's what you told me. So if Mr. Ramusipidi wants to cross-examine, he has been doing it all along.
Yes.
Even Mr. Ngomalo, even you, and even Ms. Nchololo, and even the late Mr. Ngomezu. That's
Yes.
what you are doing.
Yes, ma. I was actually referring to the normal sequence. Look, I'm representing.
Yeah, I hear you.
Accused number one.
Yeah, yeah.
number
So you
three.
want Mr. Ramusipidi to start?
That is what I would have requested, my lord.
My lord, if the court is so inclined, I don't have a problem to start. As the court pleases.
The state, Mr. Baloyi?
We don't have a problem, my lord.
Okay.
Should I then proceed?
Yeah, you can proceed. So Mr. Ramusipidi is cross-examining the present witness, Mr. Sambo.
Yes.
Manje ke kade acela ke umeleke umnumzana oqala futhi umnumzana wesithathu ke ekuthizeni kosenkantolo emvume ukuthi aqungaqali yena ke kuze umbuzo ke kufakazi okhona ke njengamanje ke kepha qale ke umnumzana uRamsepidi omeleke umnumzana wesibili.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sambo.
Afternoon.
I'm going to be brief because this evidence is about a particular legal practitioner who's yet himself to testify in this court. But by way of background, has my learned colleague from the state intimated to you why you are here today?
They indicated that my presence was based on the affidavit that I drafted in terms of the records that we have pertaining to Advocate Mjiako. And my presence was required for me to then give evidence in terms of what the LPC has on their records pertaining to Advocate Mjiako.
Wathi ke manje uzobuza kumbuzo ukuthi malana indaba ke le nombolo nomhlambi le nombolo ade zikhona ke lana ke futhi ngabe bakutshelile yini inombolo zakamnumzana uMjiyako ngabe bakutshele yini isizathu sokuthi bekhona ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo lethu ufakazi bakho ngoba umnumzana uMjiyako usengekezi enkantolo azophana ngofakazi bakhe ngabe manje isizathu sawo sokuthi bekhona enkantolo yisiphi ke athi ufakazi isizathu simlethelana ukuthi bamcelile ukuthi akezeke azokhuluma ngedaba lo affidavit awalibhala ke mhlawumbe incwadi ayibhala ngaphansi kwesifungo ke la ikhuluma khona ngomnumzana uMjiyako futhi nale nombolo lezi zakhe kade abhalise ngazo ngaphansi ku-LPC.
Now, for me, the background is the following, and it will be remiss of me not to give you the background as to why you are here today. The background is the following. I represent accused number 2, and during the trial, within the trial, and in the course of this trial, accused number 2 has given me the instruction as follows, and the late Mr. Ngomezu, may his soul rest in peace. The following instructions: that this practitioner, that is the subject matter of this exercise today, Mr. Mjiako, he did not give Mr. Mjiako the mandate to represent him under any circumstances, be it in this case or in the Tabane case, for the possession of a firearm. That is the background. Are you with me?
Yes.
Now, let us not be misconstrued. And I've listened attentively to what Mr. Ngomezulu, the late, has put here in court and what I've also put. Never ever have we intimated or suggested that Mr. Mjiako is not an attorney. That has never been our submission or suggestion.
Bathi khona ke njalo ke umnumzana uma sesibuka ke isikhangiso secala ke masiqala ke emuva lapho kumana nedaba le background la khona ke bathi bona ke bakaze basho noma wena ke ngesikhathi esikhathi khona kumzila ngaphakathi komzila ke umnumzana awakazi ukukhuluma idaba ukuthi umnumzana uMjiyako kade akumeleke kwicala lokudayisa idakamizwa noma lutholakala nezidakamizwa ke futhi ke bese ukuthi yena khona njalo ke futhi nosele ashona ke umnumzana uMngomezulu ke lapho ke uthi bona abakaze bayingabazi ukuthizeni umnumzana uMjiyako ke ummeli.
At issue, and the relevant person that can come and speak about that is Mr. Mjiako himself as to how he came to represent accused number 2. In particular, at the taking down of the confession at Boksburg Magistrates Court on the 24th of June 2020.
Bathi khona ke njalo ke lapho ke umuntu ongaze futhi kube isixazululo manje kube isisombululo ke sale nkinga esibhekene nayo ukuthi ke kuze ke yena ke umnumzana ke umjiyako alethe ufakazi bakhe ke azochazela inkosi enkantolo atshele inkosi enkantolo ukuthi ngabe empeleni nangoqiniso bekakumele yini ke umnumzana ngesikhathi kade kulapho ngaphansi kwenkantolo ke seBoksburg lapho ke la ngesikhathi kade thatha khona ke confession.
Are you with me?
Yes, I'm following.
Yes.
Yebo ngilalele.
So, these documents that we talk about, the confirmation of enrollment with the LPC Exhibit YY, we don't put that into dispute.
Bathi
And-
mara
Yes, we can interpret.
athi ke mara nodaba lekoma lencwadi ke khona ke lana ke la qhamuka lapha LPC ke lapho ke exhibit YY ukuthi bona abayingabazi ukuthi qhamuka lapha LPC incwadi kaMnumzana ke uDominic Ntokozo Mjiyako.
And Exhibit YY4, which is an FFC, Fidelity Fund certificate issued to Mr. Mjiyako in 2020, on the 24th of February 2020. We don't dispute that.
Athi futhi incwadi ekhona ke lapha ngaphakathi kombukiso ka YY4 eqhamuka lapho ke legal practice practitioners Fidelity Fund ukuthi iqhamuka khona ke athi naye futhi abayiphikisi ke incwadi le enombolo FFC 04415/2020.
And the subsequent, because you've now testified to say this 004-04415 of 2020 FFC number was a duplicate which was allocated to Mr. Mjiyako and a practitioner by WLS Scholz, correct?
Yes.
Futhi nenombolo
I'm sorry,
lezi
MSL, not W, it's
Yeah.
MSL Scholz.
futhi nale nombolo zokuthi khona ke la kade khona ke phutha ngesikhathi wena ibhala ke lapho ke inombolo lezi zaka Mnumzana uMjiyako futhi nomama uScotty ke lapho ke lezi zaka 04415 no 4415/2020 athi yebo kunjalo ke asiphiki lokho.
Now, if I understood your testimony well, amongst other duties that you embark upon in your capacity as an administrator senior, you assist legal practitioners in applying and obtaining of FFCs, correct?
Yes. Before the appointment as a LO, legal officer, I mean.
Bathi ke lapho ke umsebenzi wakho wenza njengonobhala komkhulu ke lapho ke legal practice council kusifulekelela abameli ke uma belethe icelo zabo ke lapho kathi ngenombolo athi yebo ngapha ukuthi babavumele ukuthi basebenze njengabameli abayimele.
But then you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you don't work for the Fidelity Fund, you work for the Legal Practice Council, correct?
Yes, yes.
Bathi ungilungise kuma ngabe ngingajulile kahle kusho ngisebenzele ke lapho ke Fidelity Fund athi yebo ngisebenzele khona kepha ngisebenzela ke lama Legal Practice Council.
Now, this error that resulted in the allocation of a duplicate FFC number 04415/2020 to both Scholz and Mjiyako happens at the portal of FFC, not at LPC, right?
It happens with the Fidelity Fund portal, yes.
Yes.
Bathi ke le nombolo lezi ke ekuyinombolo eyodwa ethizeni ke nini ke abantu ababili ke lapho uMjiyako futhi no Scotty ke lapho ke usho ukuthi wena ke usebenzela ngaphansi kwe Fidelity Funds account FFC athi yebo kunjalo ngisebenzi khona ke.
Now, when you assist practitioners, legal practitioners, in applying and therefore them obtaining Fidelity Fund certificates, what access do you have at the portal of the Fidelity Fund?
There's two portals that the system offers. There's a portal where the practitioners have their login credentials. They then apply for the applications on their side. as administrators of that system, we have a system that shows all the applications that are received and then the certificates that are issued, which is only limited to the officials at the LPC and the Fidelity Fund as well. So it's for us to see whether this certificate has been issued and what the certificate looks like. So we have access for that.
Athi lapho banama system amabili ke lapho ke system eqala kule portal yabo athi kula khona abantu bafaka khona ke icelo zabo ke futhi nama number wabo ngesikhathi besenza ke icelo zabo ke kepha ke isystem yesibili athi kula khona ke uthola khona ukuthi mhlambi lama certificate okusuke bewavumile ukunikeza abantu ngokuthi ngabe mhlambi aqokethe okuyinkulumo okuyiqiniso noma mhlambi aqokethe ulwazi okuyiqiniso malana nalabantu okusube bafake icelo zabo ekuthizeni watholeke lama certificate okusebenza njengabameli.
And in your affidavit, exhibit YY3, paragraph 3.2 thereof, you say this duplication of one number FFC to be allocated to 2 practitioners. It was a bona fide, that is, it was not a bad faith thing.
Yes.
It was a bona fide error, technical error. Did you seek an explanation from the FFC itself, who's the owner of the portal, to say, how come your system allocated one number for the same Fidelity Fund certificate, who don't even practice under the same practice or under the same name and style of practice?
From the email that we had received from Mr. Mjiako, Advocate Mjiako, I then initiated contact with the system developers from the Fidelity Fund portal.
Kade buza ke kufaka ukuthi malana nodaba lolu lwenkulumo la affidavit libhaliwe noma inkulumo ebhalwe ngaphansi kwesifungo ke lapho ke malana nodaba la ka 3.2 la khona ke inombolo eyodwa ke kepha ke inombolo eyodwa la bese inikezwe abantu ababili futhi abangasebenzi ngaphansi kwenkampani eyodwa ke abameli ukuthi uqhamuke njani ukuthi kwenzeka lolu daba ke lolu ke yasho kufakaza ukuthi bese bamuza ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe nazama ixhumana nalomuntu oqhamuke nale portal lena ke noma nale system le athi ufakazi yebo yena kwaxhumana ke nalomuntu owenze le system noma odeveloper le system ekuthizeni athole ulwazi ukuthi kungani inombolo eyodwa beyinikeze abantu ababili.
I then received a response from the system developer indicating that it was a technical error on their system side.
Athi ke lapho ubuza khona ukuthi kungani umnumzana uMjiyako futhi ke ngemuva ukuthi umnumzana uMjiyako axhumane naye ke yena wakhuluma ne system developer ibuza ukuthi kungani kwenzeke leli phutha leli ke bese wathi yena ke iphutha elenzekile lapha kule system yabo.
Before we go forward, I don't want Mr. Baloyi to jump up and down now and say, I led you to come up with hearsay evidence, which is inadmissible. Then I'll be told to lie on the bed that I made. The person that you called from the FFC portal, the technical person, if we can have his name, and then through the state, we can ask that person to come and verify this, what you have just explained, and he can further tell us about these technical errors that occur and the frequency with which they occur, if they occur at all. Right, so I'm not going to take you there.
Okay.
Kade asho khona ke njalo ukuthi umail emalana nalo daba lo afuthi mhlawumbe sihambe sisheshele sigijime siphambili ke lapho ke kepha kathi ukuthi athole ke igama lo muntu ke ofakazi waxhumana naye ke ebuza khona njalo ngabe leliphutha lenzike kanjani ke lapho ke ngoba afuthi kusasa ke basathi yena ke lo mbhedo awenzile kumethala le kuona ke sekushuma sekuphakama kusho ke lapho umshushisi khona ke lapho ke kepha yacecela ukuthi lapho ke esithole ke igama lo muntu ofakazi owaxhumana naye futhi nenombolo zakhe bese naye abuyeke la ezingaphambi kwenkantolo azokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi yebo empeleni nangeqiniso wakhuluma nalofakazi okhona njengamanje ke bekhuluma ngalo lolu daba lolu othi athi lana yena ke ngaphansi kwenkulumo yakhe affidavit kwenzeka iphutha.
Now, this duplication of the FFC number to both Scholz and Giaco happens because during the course of this case, this FFC number was mentioned in relation to Mujiako's involvement with accused number 2 for the Boxback taking down of a statement by the magistrate. Would I be correct? Well, in fact, let me put it this way. When did Ms. Colts first complain that I hear that my fidelity funds number is being mentioned in relation to the name of Mr. Mujiako?
When this issue came to me, it was initially from Mr. Mjiako.
Yes.
Based on the email, I think it's exhibit, check, exhibit YY5. This is, this is the first time that it came to my attention that there is a duplicate fidelity number for Ms. Goltz and Mr. Mjiako.
Bathi-ke lapho-ke ngabe nazwa nini umama uScott futhi nomnumzana advocate Mjiako-ke basebenzisa-ke inombolo ezizodwa-ke eziwela ngaphansi ku-FFC. Athina-ke lokhu ngesikhathi beqala-ke ukuzwa kuqhamuka kumnumzana Mjiako lakho ngesikhathi bekakuzwa-ke futhi athi kubhaliwe khona-ke la ngaphakathi kwemibukiso exhibit YY5 lapho-ke kuthi umama uScott futhi nomnumzana Mjiako ekuthizeni basebenzisa-ke inombolo eyodwa-ke ewela ngaphansi FFC.
Now, from the gist of my reading and understanding of YY5, that is Mujiako's email, is that Mrs. Colts complains that Mujiako is fraudulently touting her or his FFC number as his own. So, did this Colts person complain to the LPC or they wrote directly to Mujiako? Do you know anything about that?
With that, I cannot confirm it, sir.
Bathi mina nodaba laka Scott ke futhi nomjiyako la uScott kadasho khona ke uthi na-ke umjiyako usebenzisa ke inombolo lezi zakhe ke yena ke ikhethekile zokusebenza ngaphansi kwa FFC futhi asho nathi usebenze ngokumkhonyovu ke ngabe lapho ke uScott wakhuluma nani mathupha ekhala ke mhlawumbe lethe isikhalazo sakhe kumana nalo daba lulu noma mhlawumbe ukhuluma nomjiyako athena ke lapho ngeke akhona ukuthi aphendule.
Okay, now let's drift away a bit from that. You've said, what is your current position now at the LPC?
I'm a legal officer at the record section, which
At
is
the
part of
record section.
Professional Affairs Department.
Bathi uzothi isikhundla sakho lapho ke athena ke
Professional Affairs Department,
Professional
record section.
Professional Affairs Department aphe kuma record section awashicila khona ke.
Now, apart from the technical bona fide error that I say somebody else will come and testify as to how that occurred on their system, if that person comes at all. In your experience as the professional affairs legal officer senior, are you aware of cases where practitioners have colluded, and I'm going to say the word colluded, I've never used that word, but I'm using it here.
Have you never heard that word?
I've never thrown it around here in the context where it was thrown around.
Have you never heard the word colluded?
My Lord, I think I knew that in grade R.
I thought I said somebody was colluding. Somebody accused this court of colluding. You have never heard that, me saying that?
I remember there was that story, my Lord. I'm not going to
It's a story.
enter
I
that
see.
domain.
Okay.
Yeah. So, have you ever had, and from the LPC, the Hallowed Halls next door, where practitioners collude with certain staff members that side from the LPC, and those practitioners obtained FFC fraudulently? Have you ever heard of that incident?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bathi ngabe iwezwa yini la khona ke mhlawumbe abameli bekhulumisana mathupha ke nabantu basebenza ngaphakathi kule usebenza khona ke athi necha akusangakakuzwa ke lokho.
In the event if you say it's rumors, then rumors it is.
No,
But
I don't
yes.
speak about rumors in court. Let's leave that.
Okay.
You've answered me that you don't know. And let me not also be misconstrued that I'm saying in this instance that happened. I'm not saying that. I must be clear on that score. Now I see you saying in paragraph 3.2 that I referred to that Once it was established that there's this duplication, then there was a correction and Mujiako was allocated a new FFC number, correct?
Yes.
Uthi ngemuva ukuthi babone ukuthi kade likhona ke iphutha likhona ke lapho ke umnumzana uMjako bamnikeza ke inombolo zakhe ezikhethekile zokusebenza ngabe ngikuzwe kahle athi yebo kunjalo.
And then what happened to the 04415? Was it then, did it then remain with MLL Scholz, or was she also, or he also allocated a new FFC number?
Now, the number remained with Ms. Goltz.
Bathi yini kenzeka mana nale nombolo lezi zaka Scott kade nazo mhlawumbe namnikeza ke ezinye izintsha ke noma mhlawumbe wasala ke esebenzisa zona lezi ke athi ufakazi waqhubeka esebenzisa zona lezi nombolo.
I'm just about to wrap up because like I told you, I'm not gonna delve much into because I've told you the issue that we have. We've never said Mujiako is not an attorney. I'm just clarifying these other points. But the standpoint is that most of what you've provided, we are not quibbling or fighting with it. Okay, my lord, I think that's basically what I needed to cover. If I may. Oh, by the way, before I leave the platform, that person that you said you called and they told you that this was a bona fide technical error at the FFC, can you give us the name of that person?
Yes, I can. I'll just have to check the surname.
Bathi mayelana nalo muntu ethi wamfonela lapho ngaphansi kwe-FFC ungakhona yini usitshela amagama wakhe ke athi yebo ngakhona kepha ukuthi ngiqale ngibuke lana kula madocumente engiwaphethe bese ngibe ngipha amagama noma imininingwane yakhe.
It's just that it's not on this bundle. I can start with the first name and then I'll give the surname at a later stage because I cannot recall at the moment. It's Herman at the Fidelity Fund offices. He's the system developer at that office.
Athi ke igama uHerman oselapha ngaphansi kwe-Fidelity systems ke lapho ke kepha ke awukhohliwe ukuthi isibongo sakhe ubani ke kepha lokho angasitshela khona ke njengamanje. Athi futhi uyena kwa developer le system noma developer ye system.
Thank you, Manot. I mean, those are the questions that I had for the witness.
Yes, okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. I also don't have a lot to ask. In addition to what Mr. Ramusipili sketched out as a way of a background, actually this whole process regarding the investigation of the FF number came about as a result of the fact that I got a little bit, when I went through that exhibit JJ, which is the confession form that one of the accused person made here, I came across that number and then I asked what is really the relevance of that FFC number there. Then it was said that is a Fidelity Fund certificate number. And then I also asked, but why would it be here? That is when then this whole process started to come out as to whose number does this belong and stuff like that. And then it later emerged that apparently there was a duplication of numbers. That number, that single number, was allocated to Mrs. Scholz and also to Mr. Mchiako. Do you understand?
I understand.
Athi ke umeli udaba noma inkulumo eqhamuke ngemuva kade ngibukela lapho kumbukiso ka ka-JJ noma exhibit JJ ngesikhathi wathola lenombolo lezi ezikhethekile wathi FFC number ukuthi kungani le nombolo lezi khona ke lana zibhaliwe ke lapho ke futhi le nombolo lezi kanti akusiyizona lezi esetshenziswa kanti noma kade zisetshenziswa ke khona ke abantu ababili futhi abehlukene futhi abangafani bese umnumzana umuntu umjiyakho futhi no scholars ke khona njalo ke athi yebo ufakazi ngiyakuvisisa ke lokho.
Thank you. Now, the state took an endeavor to try and clarify the two numbers, which is why ultimately you requested to pen an affidavit trying to explain how these two numbers came about.
Hlangothi ezombuso lakubuza ke sothatha khona ke wabhala ke lapho ke washo ukuthi kungani le nombolo iqhamukile ke lana kusinjalo yini.
Thank you. Now, you are saying in exhibit YY2 YY2, which is page 3, that advocate, on paragraph 2, Advocate Mchiyako was in possession of a fidelity fund certificate for the year 2020. However, due to a bona fide technical error on the FFC portal, the certificate number was a duplicate FFC 4415 of 2020, and the error has been rectified. His fidelity fund certificate number is FFC 13913911 of 2020. Not so?
Correct.
Wathi lapho kubhala khona ukuthi umnumzana Advocate Mjiyako kade angaphansi kwefika kwenombolo ze-Fidelity Fund Certificate ngomnyaka 2020 ke lapho ke ngembangela yephutha elenzeka lapho kule era yenu FFC portal ke lapho ke futhi i-certificate number wagcina ke ekade kuyephutha lapho ke FFC 4415/2020 bese ngemuva ukuthi nilungise iphutha lelo ke bese wathola ke inombolo lezi elandelayo ezwela ngaphansi ko-Fidelity Fund Certificate number la kade khona ke ku FFC 13911/2020 akusinjalo yini athi yebo kunjalo.
No, thank you, sir. Now, before we proceed, are you aware of a labor court matter where Ms. Matonsela took the legal practice council and I think 6 others, 7. Yeah, no, there were 6. The Legal Practice Council is the first respondent, and the plus 6 on an agent application to hold certain proceedings against her. Are you aware of that case?
I'm aware of it, but I haven't gone through the whole thing.
But elazi inkala lakamama uMadonsela tathathe khona ke iboard leni le-LPC futhi nabanye kade bezithupha ke lapho ke ebavele icala lapho ke labor court athi yebo ke elazi cala likapha akakaze alifunde amafunde ke ngalo ngokujulile.
Is it so that the gist of this case evolves around disciplinary hearings which had to be instituted amongst certain members, including the applicant herself here, amongst employees of LPC, relating to the exchange of money, which included the facilitation of irregular and unlawful falsification of attorneys' audits, irregular issuing certificates of good standing and fidelity fund certificates. Are you familiar with it?
I was made to believe that I would testify in relation to Mchiyako and not issues that are outside the scope of why I was called here to testify on.
I did not get that, sir. You're saying you were made to believe what?
I was made to believe that in terms of me being at this court,
yes,
was to testify in terms of the records
Yes.
for Mr. Mjiyako.
Yes.
I believe, I don't know if it's proper that we then transcend to possibly an ongoing matter with the LPC with someone else that's not related to Mr. Mjiyako's enrollment and his records as
No,
well.
but rest assured, we won't get into the merits of what happened in this application. It's just by way of a background to the questions that are going to follow.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you aware that there were these so serious allegations against certain individuals? This is a reported case from the labor court in Johannesburg. Are you aware of these so serious allegations against certain employees of the LPC?
As I testified in terms of when I was asked if they are, if I'm aware of this type of things and if I'm aware of the case, I have, like I said, gone through it at
Thank
some
you.
point, but not in detail as to the allegations leveled against
Thank you,
some
sir.
officials there.
Thank you, sir. And with the following question, I'm not insinuating anything. It's
Okay.
just an innocent question.
Okay.
Now, you would agree with me that up until this point, LPC, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, but LPC might not be in a position to tell, or is not in a position to tell, who the beneficiaries of these corrupt schemes were, and who the beneficiaries of these not so corrupt schemes were. Not so.
Please, my lord. We let the first question or two to slide, but my lord, these are unrelated to the issue that we are discussing with. As the witness has indicated, some of those matters are pending before court. In any case, we submit that those issues are outside the scope of this witness evidence, which we made it plain from the beginning that this is just about Mr. Mjiyako.
As it please the court, my lord, it is unfortunate that this, as I look at this witness, I don't see Mr. Sambo, ne?
Sambo.
I see LPC. Do you understand?
Sorry, Mr.
You are there representing LPC. Is it not so that all the correspondence that you did in your papers in relation to this Mr. Mjiyako's matter, you did it on behalf of LPC? You did not do it in your personal capacity, not so?
It was on behalf of the LPC.
Good. This case...
Mr. Missy.
Yes, ma'am.
This case you're quoting of Professor from Cape Town, has it been finalized?
What is the issue with the professor from Cape Town, madam?
You said she sued, she obtained on an urgent basis an order, or she sued some persons who were employed by the LPC
Yes.
because allegedly you did whatever, corruption and what have you. Madonsela, Miss Madonsela,
Yes.
is that matter finalized? That's all I just want to know.
It's actually not a claim for damages matter, my lord.
Yeah, but is it finalized?
At the labor court, it was finalized, yes. I'm
What
quoting something.
what was the order? What was the order which was made?
The order was that the proceedings against her should proceed. She actually wanted to interdict on an agent basis.
She failed.
She failed
Was the matter then finalized after that?
by,
By the courts, the labor court.
yes, it was finalized
So there's no more litigation.
at the labor court in respect of this matter. No. There's none, my lord. And in fact, the labor court said, well, it is well aware of certain litigants who, when facing disciplinary hearings, they use these court processes in order to delay. Actually, they are employing these court processes for delaying tactics. After having said that there's no agency or it can find no reasons for agency in this application. It went on to deal with the merits, and the judge specifically said, I want to deal, I know that if I do not find that there's no agency, then the matter needs to go to the normal role. But let me also attend to that so that I bring finality in this matter, so that LPC can immediately take on disciplinary hearings or proceed with the disciplinary hearing against the applicant, and then it also finalized it in that regard. In other words, the applicant can then not come and say, okay, I failed on agency, and then I'm taking it to the normal role. No, but it was finalized. Her remedy now is to go on appeal to the labor appeal.
When you say she's going on appeal, it means it's not finalized.
No, it's finalized.
That's how I understand the law.
No, it's
What does an
finalized
appeal
because
do?
there is no intention. It is,
What does an appeal predicate?
if the papers have been filed, if the person that is not happy with the decision of the court files papers indicating their intention that we're going to appeal this matter, then that holds the operation of the decision of that case. But in this case, that has not yet happened, my lord. As it is, this is a portable judgment on the face of it, which is...
Yeah, but that is on, according to you, that's on agency, is that not so? That judgment, is it on agency?
No, all that I'm saying, my lord, comes from this judgment.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
court found that
What?
her application was not agent. There's no agency in her application.
Right, and thereafter what happened?
It went on to deal with the merits.
Right, and thereafter what happened?
And the court found that even on the merits, there are no reason that she can try to stop the continuation of the disciplinary proceedings against her.
Fine, and then who is appealing now? You spoke about an appeal.
There's no person that is appealing, my lord. I'm only responding to the court when the court says, is that matter finalized?
That's it, yeah. And then
Yes.
you spoke about an appeal.
I'm saying, my lord, if a person makes their intention to appeal clear, then that has got a propensity to stop the operation of the order of the initial court. But in this case, there's none, there's no appeal which has been filed.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, madam. So you're saying my question was, as is, you're not in a position to tell this court, and I'm saying I'm not insinuating anything here. I'm only following the spirit of the judgment. Do you understand?
If I may, can I look at the judgment, if it's possible?
You're welcome, sir.
Okay.
You're welcome. It is not fake. It's from the labor court.
Who was the judge then?
Sorry?
The name of the judge there? Tutalimaje, yes.
Oh,
Dr.
okay.
Limaje, okay.
Yes.
All right.
You want to go and read it? We can request an indulgence, me and the state, for you to go.
Yeah, I
look at
can
the
read it,
judgment.
but however, as from just reading the fly notes,
Yes.
and in relation to your question,
Yes.
in terms of the judgment that you say, is that the court dismissed
Yes.
the urgency and then went on to the merits
Yes.
and all of that.
Yes.
And I believe that you also mentioned that the judgment or the order was that the LPC should then proceed with the
Yes.
disciplinary
Yes.
hearing. I cannot then proceed to answer those questions because the LPC is still dealing, as you say,
Yeah.
and then I'll go through this thing with the LPC still doing what they need to do in terms of disciplinary hearings. So I cannot proceed to answer in the way that you.
Maybe we misunderstanding each other. I do not
Yes.
want us to get into the merits of the judgment. You see, because I don't know whether you're involved or not in the LPC. But now, the reason for the institution of the disciplinary hearing, amongst others, the applicant in that matter, was the issuing of fraudulent fidelity fund certificates. And I'm saying,
Is it not the alleged
yes,
issuing?
alleged, yes.
We are
alleged
lawyers.
issuing, yes. And I'm saying, I do not insinuate anything, do you understand? That the principle that I want us to talk about from that judgment, do you understand?
I understand.
Thank
Okay.
you. Let me have my
Akathumeli-ke ufakazi angafundiki inkulumo yesinqumo noma isinqumo senkosi enkantolo eyamikisa-ke ngale ngesinqumo sayo nodaba lolu kade akhuluma ngakho, kepha kade akhuluma ngokuthi-ke khona-ke iy'nombolo zomkhonyovu ejwayele ukuthi zikhishwe-ke lapho ngokungemthetho ngabantu abasebenza lapha e-LPC-ke noma FFC noma malana nodaba lama-fidelity funds account lapho-ke athi ufakazi yebo ngiyakuzwa ngokukhuluma ngalo daba lolu, kepha ngeke ngijobelele ngikhulume ngokujulile-ke malana nodaba lolu lwesinqumo senkosi enkantolo eyamikisa ngaso-ke malana nodaba lolu ukuthi khona-ke abantu abathizini abanikeza-ke iy'nombolo zokusebenza ngokungemthetho.
Thank you. Now, in view of the fact that there's a fidelity fund certificate also in this matter that seems to have its own issues, which is the reason why I tend to refer to this matter on the principle that I say we need to work on, do you understand? On the principle that we should extract from this case, do you understand?
Athi-ke mina udaba lwenombolo ey'khethekile lapho ezola ngaphansi ko-FFC yizona-ke abangathanda kudingile bakhulume ngazo-ke ngoba kukhona umuntu athola-ke inombolo bese nomunye athola inombolo ezifana-ke nezomunye lezi ade bey'khiphile-ke noma kwakhishwa-ke inombolo eyodwa kade ikhishiwe abantu ababili-ke sobathi yona-ke iphutha-ke lelo-ke athi ummeli bacela manje ukuthi sikhulume-ke mayelana nodaba lolo.
Do you understand?
Understand?
Thank you.
Athi yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Now, only the allegations which are contained in affidavits on the basis of which this application was laid at the labor court. Are you in a position to tell or not whether the LPC at this stage is in a position to identify people who were beneficiaries from this corrupt scheme?
Oh, sorry. But I understood you to say the disciplinary inquiry is still supposed to take place. Is that not what you're saying?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, we as lawyers, we know that there's a principle
Yes.
called
Sub judice.
sub judice.
Yes.
Lawyers know that. You can't discuss that. Even if it's in the disciplinary inquiry, because that disciplinary inquiry is instituted in terms of a law. And this
Yes.
gentleman here, he's just an employee. Am I correct? You're just an employee.
Yes.
Who's the director there?
Mr. Ignatius Brill,
She's the head.
of the provincial office.
And then the national?
National office is Charity Nzunza.
Right. And I take it you must have signed a confidentiality agreement.
Exactly.
Yeah, so really, as Mr. Baloy says, it's a peripheral issue. It doesn't concern this court case we are having.
Thank you,
And I
madam.
don't want people to say, oh, the judge what you write, here's the rule too. Got the case, pirates and the chiefs. Manje la, kuza i-rangers, iweqoqa futhi. You can't discuss that, you know that.
As it
And
please the
you are
court.
saying people have committed fraud and what have you and corruption, and the poor guy must expose himself to such, I don't know what happened.
I take the guidance, my lord, wholeheartedly, although I also understood him to mean that he's there to represent LPC.
No, he's not. He's a servant. Doesn't even have a mandate to talk authoritatively about a case like this, where there's a board. You guys got a board, is that not so?
We have a committee.
committee, you call it a committee.
Yeah.
I know there's a board at national
Yes.
level.
Yes.
Yes. Which issues, directives, etc., etc.
So he has got limited mandates on which he can talk about.
No,
Is that so?
it's like my
That is
clerk
so.
here. You see this gentleman here? Oh, he's on out. I don't want to whisper something when
There's
he's
one
not.
that is here, man. I'm not sure whether I caught you referring to the.
No,
gentleman there.
that's my registrar here.
May you please stand up, sir?
You can't comment on cases which happen here. Anyway, you can't.
As it please the
He's
court.
just here to serve my purposes.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought the witness there introduced himself as a senior legal officer.
No.
What?
As a legal officer.
A legal officer.
Yes.
Yes. You're just not an ordinary officer, you're a legal officer. Not so.
Qualified legal officer. That's
Yes, a qualified legal expert. And you're also an admitted attorney yourself, not so.
Yes.
Thank you. But let us proceed. I do not intend to make a meal out of this. But what again struck my mind is that Mr. Muchiyako, according to the letter that is here, apparently he also comes into realization that he was sharing a number with somebody else around, well, I don't know when he realized, but the email that he penned to the LPC with his complaints was around the 5th of December 2024, not so.
Bathi ke lapho umnumzana uMjiyako ke mayana udaba lwenombolo zakhe ezikhethekile zokusebenza ngaphansi kwe-FFC wabona ukuthi na kuyisebenzisa ke nomunye ke umuntu uthi ngesikhathi wabhala email lena ke uyibhale makusifika inyanga kaDisemba ngomnyaka 2024 kusinjalo.
Yes, from exhibit YY5, it does show the 5th of December 2024.
Athi yebo mina nodaba ka exhibit YY ukuthi ngibhale ilanga la nge-5 saka December ngomnyaka 2024.
And you, according to the papers here and yourself, is that this was in response to a complaint that that was laid by Mrs. Scholz, that apparently she was sharing a number with Mr. Muchiyako.
As I indicated, that this matter came to my attention from Mr. Mjiyako's email,
Yes.
of which the subject matter mentions a complaint.
Yeah.
However, how I took it was for me to rectify the issue with regards to his Fidelity Fund certificate number.
Thank you.
Wathi kwathola ke isikhalazo ekade siqhamuka ku-Scott ke lapho kathi yebo ngesikhathi wathola ke email lapho wathola lokho ke bese nakade bemcela ukuthi akalungise ke lo daba lo qhamukile ukuthi ke kwenze njani ke noma iphutha liphi ke leli elenzeka ngesikhathi ekhipha ke number lezi ze-FFC number Fidelity Funds certificate lapho ke bese nakwenza lo msebenzi ukuthi alungise ke leyo nombolo lezo ke mayelana nodaba lesi certificate sakamnumzana uMjiyako sokusebenza.
Now we have already indicated what steps we have taken in order to rectify this, not so?
Yes.
Thank you.
Uzokhuluma ukuthi yini owayenza ngesikhathi sokuthi ulungise lokho athi yebo kunjalo.
And that has been dealt with by Mr. Ramsby. Thank you. However, one thing though that caught my attention, in 2024, Mr. Mjiyako says to the LPC, Ms. Scott is complaining that I'm sharing a number with her, or I'm in 2021. Is it 2021? I think it's 20. In 2020, I shared a number with her. That number that you have read into record, it's not in dispute. And then in rectifying that mistake, you allocate, or you say Mr. Mjiyako was then reallocated with another number, not so?
In terms of the Fidelity portal
Yes.
that we use, the number that shows, let me see. the number FFC 13911 2020 was then allocated to Mr. Mjiyako in
Yes.
on that Fidelity Fund certificate.
Yes.
Athi ke inombolo lezi ke ngivuke akhale ke lapho bese bamnikeza ke inombolo ezinye ke zona ke ikhethekile ke lapho ke iqondile kade kuyize iqiniso ezwela ngaphansi ko FFC should Fidelity Fund certificate lezo ukuthi FFC 13911 2020.
You know, my concern here is we're talking about something that happened already in 2020, not so?
Correct?
Thank you. Now, this number, FFC 13911 of 2020, how could it have been possible for the portal to go back into 2020 and reallocate Mr. Mjiyako this number when the complaint is made almost 4 years thereafter?
As already mentioned, my position as a legal officer is
Yes.
at records
Yes,
department or section.
yes,
One of the responsibilities for that office is for us to have accurate information
Yes.
for each and every attorney and advocate that we have.
yes,
In this instance, this Fidelity Fund certificate shows that it was issued in 2020.
yes,
Right, so when the email from from Advocate Mjiyako I received,
yes,
I then proceeded to contact the the Fidelity Fund officers to correct that,
yes,
as a measure for us to have correct information for each and every attorney that we have,
yes,
regardless of whether that complaint comes after
yes.
the issuing of that Fidelity Fund certificate.
Thank you.
Athi ke lapho ke nasebenza ngaphansi ko LPC ke lapho ke njenge lapho ke legal officer athi isikhathi esiningi uma besenza ke lo msebenzi wabo nakho ukuthi bakhipha ama records ke lapho ke futhi ngemuva ukuthi umnumzana Mjiyako abe nesikhalazo mhlawumbe akhale ngokuthize ke lapho ke kula yena kwasebenza khona ke nabantu lapho ke FFC ethize uthola ke inamba ke iqondile lapho mina nomnumzana Mjiyako ke bese inombolo lezi bese bazibuyisela kumnyaka ka 2020.
Let us try to dissect this, Mr. Sambo. So are you then saying that with this number, FFC 13911 of 2020, that is the number that Mr. Mjiyako should have been allocated with in 2020?
That I cannot confirm. It's an answer to the system developer. As I said, that my responsibility was to then send through the
Yes.
email,
Yes,
ascertain that the number has to be correct.
yes,
The response that I received from our
Yes.
system developer was that
Yes.
this was a technical error.
Yeah.
This is the new number for Mr. Mjiyako, or this is the number that Mjiyako then has.
Athi ke lapho ngeke khona ukukhuluma kahle ke mana nodaba lwale nombolo ezikhethekile ke lapho ke abantu bangakhuluma ke lapho ke abantu beze system developer ke bangashela iqiniso mana nalo daba lolu.
So basically, you are just like myself, you are also hamstrung.
As to the technicalities of how the number arose,
Yes,
I cannot answer. That would be an answer for a system developer at the Fidelity Fund.
Athi mana nombuzo kade ubuzwa ke ummeli ngeke akhonta uphendule ke lo mbuzo lo kepha umuntu angaphendula lo mbuzo lo umuntu oqhamuka lapho ke Fidelity Funds account
thank you.
noma
So,
ke system developer yakhona ke.
so you basically have come here as a conveyor of the message that you got from FFC. Whether that message makes sense or it doesn't make sense, we shouldn't really kill the messenger, not so. What I'm saying is, we have just come here to deliver the information that you got from FFC. Whether that information makes sense or it doesn't make sense, it really doesn't concern you. You just the conveyor of that message yourself, not so.
I came to testify in terms of the records that we have for Advocate Mjiyako.
Athi kofakazi nawuzelana ithizini alethe ufakazi bakhe mana nalokho bakushicilele phansi ke mana nomnumzana Advocate Mjiyako.
But this is some of the record that we received from you, not so. That in 2020, Mr. Mchiyako already was allocated with the number 13911 of 2020. And at the same time was allocated with that number FFC 04115 of 2020, not so?
Correct.
So when asking you questions further, whether or not Mr. Mzinyako in 2020 was using these two, or actually the portal allocated him with these two numbers, and then you are saying, no, I can't answer. We'll have to go and get that from the system developer. Is that not what you said?
No, I didn't say I cannot answer.
Oh, yeah.
I said that I am testifying in terms of what we have on our records,
Yes.
which on our records, it shows that there was these numbers, and
Yes.
also in relation to Advocate Mjiako's email,
Yes.
to indicate to us to say like there are two numbers that are floating around. In terms of one number, I mean, for two practitioners, for Mr. Mrs. Coles and Advocate Mjiako.
Bathi-ke khonapha lana nodaba lwey'nombolo lezi ethi ngomnyaka ka-2020 umnumzane Mjiyako kade asebenzisa zona-ke lapho-ke inombolo FFC 4415/2020-ke bese nalena-ke ethi lapho-ke FFC 13911/2020-ke bese uthi manje ngeke ukhone ukukhuluma ngeke ukhone ukuphendula noma ukukhuluma ngofakazi lobo-ke kumele sibuze umuntu i-system developer-ke athi ufakazi lapho-ke nabakazi ukukhuluma manana nofakazi bokuthi kade khona inombolo eyodwa-ke kepha inombolo eyodwa leyo kade isetshenziswa ngabantu ababili-ke abehlukene mayelana nodaba lwe-email beqhamuka lapho kumnumzana Advocate Mjiyako ngoba athi kade khona-ke okade akhala-ke lapho-ke umama uScholes ngokuthi umnumzana Mjiyako usebenzisa-ke inamba yakhe-ke ngokungemthetho noma ngomgulukudu ngoba ugulukudu kade abenzile.
Thank you, sir. Let us simply repeat. Your system was told, not so. Because LPC does not generate these FF numbers, not so.
No, we don't.
Thank you. So it is the FF, the Fidelity Fund, that generates these numbers and send it to your system and say that this practitioner is allocated with this number.
Correct.
Thank you.
Bathi lapho-ke LPC yona-ke eyenza-ke inombolo kepha-ke Fidelity Funds account eyenza-ke inombolo athi yebo kunjalo-ke.
How these numbers get generated, their authenticity, their rightness and their wrongness, that you can't testify about. You just depend on what your system reflects as you open it, not so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bathi-ke lapho nina inombolo lezi anizenzi ngokwenu kepha zenziwa abantu lapha-ke lokuza ne-Fidelity Fund certificate athi yebo kunjalo-ke bese thina siyazivula-ke sivula kula sibona khona-ke imininingwane eyinombolo ey'thize.
Which is the reason why I'm saying to you, you're not in a position to explain why already in 2020, Mr. Mjiyako is allocated that number, that 13911 number. At the same time, gets also allocated with that 04415 number. Not so.
As I said, that would be a technical question for the system developer.
Bathi mina nodaba lwey'nombolo ezimbili-ke lezi kade yena kumnumzane Mjiyako bemnikeza zona ngomnyaka ka-2020 angeke ukhona ukukhuluma ufakazi bazo ngeke ufakazi malana nazo-ke athi yebo-ke kepha-ke umuntu angakho ufakazi malana nodaba lwey'nombolo lezi-ke umuntu omeze ukuthi system developer.
Thank you, which is the reason why I say you basically like in a position of a messenger who's not the creator of the information themselves. You just carry that information through to those that they are supposed to receive, not so.
As the record section, that's the information that we
Yes.
have, we then provide.
Thank you, sir.
Bathi usukuthi wena-ke ufana-ke nomuntu kade bemthumile ethizela adlulise umyalezo ngokuba wena-ke wena uqhamukise le nombolo lezi-ke athi yebo kunjalo.
So the person that can come and try to explain our concern away, if they will ever be explained away, it will be that Mr. or Mrs. Herman,
Mr.
or Mr. Herman. Thank you,
The
sir.
technicality of how the system would work, that would be.
Bathi usukuthi umuntu ongeza-ke azositshela malana nodaba ley'nombolo lezi umnumzane uHerman athi yebo uyena-ke oselungelweni ukuthi ze eze alethe ufakazi-ke mayelana nale nombolo lezi mhlawumbe nephutha elenzeka-ke lapho-ke ngaphansi kwe-Fidelity Funds certificate.
Thank you, Mr. Sambo. We are looking forward to meeting Mr. Herman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Uyabonga ke ummeli qedile ukubuza umbuzo kofakazi.
Any re-examination? Oh, sorry.
No questions.
You have no questions?
No questions to this witness. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Maybe just one aspect note. Mr. Ramosipil, on behalf of accused number 2, ask you the following question, that in the trial within a trial and during the course of this trial, accused number 2 says that he never gave Mr. Mjiako a mandate to represent him in this case or the Tlhabane case. But before you could answer, he then said it's an issue that Mr. Mjiako himself can answer. Are you able to proffer any answer on that proposition that was made by Mr.
I cannot provide an answer for that.
Wathi khona ke umbuzo wathi ubuze ke ummeli wakho kumnumzana
Thank you, that is all, my
ukuthi ke wena akathi ngesikhathi elikhona komzila ngaphakathi komzila wona washo ukuthi wena akawukazi ke ummeli omnumzana umjiyakho kulicala noma kucala laseKuthabane athi yena ke ngeke akhona ukuphendula ke lapho ke kepha ke umuntu akhona ukuphendula noma nodaba lombuzo ke umnumzana advocate umjiyakho kepha umshushisi bekabuza ukuthi ngabe usho ukuthini ukuthi ngekhona ukuphendula ngabe unesiqiniseko salokho noma yinto kade isho nje kuphela ke leyo ke athi cha ngeke ngikhona ukuphendula namanje.
If I can just pursue that with one question. Are you aware of any correspondence that touches on that issue of the mandate
No,
that is under your control?
no.
Thank you.
Bathi ngabe unalo yini ulwazi olwela ngaphansi komsebenzi wakho mayelana nodaba lolu cha aninayo.
Mr. Ramosipili asked a question, or he made a statement or a declaration that it's not directed at you, it's just directed at the lawyers here and the public, that they will await the evidence of Mr. Mjiako. Am I quoting correctly, sir?
I'm saying if he's called.
Yeah, if he comes, you'll
If he
await that.
comes. Yes, but that doesn't mean.
No, fine. No,
I am
the onus is not on you. I know
Yes.
that. But we as lawyers, can an attorney who has been given instructions give evidence against his former client? The legal principle of attorney and client privilege. You don't have to answer. I'm just talking about that. Think about it.
I've also thought about that when I put the proposition.
Yes.
But if it's renounced,
Yeah,
they
but
can testify.
it must who renounces it?
Yes.
Who renounces it?
Is that right?
Yes, that's the point.
Yes.
Doctor, did you hear that? Okay. Are we, Baloyi, Mr. Baloyi, when will be able to get that information?
Is it now the information
Yeah,
that
you
was
said
mentioned
you were
on
collecting
Friday?
it, and
Yes.
tomorrow, we'll get it tomorrow or when?
My
Or
lord,
can you estimate?
Yeah, I spoke to the investigating team. In fact, I received a message from them in the early hours of this morning. It would appear that they must still set about to get that information.
So I will come tomorrow in any case.
So they haven't started as yet, my lord. But yeah, maybe we should convene tomorrow
Okay, fine.
and just maybe properly plan the way forward.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All the luck. How old are you now?
34. 34.
34. Okay.
Hello,
Jen.
So yeah, kusasa.
I like, I was the combi,
Now stick to